That's actually some perfect timing. Start the stream as the group that I've been in for the past like 8 minutes gets a tank. I literally couldn't have timed it better. It's almost like it's scripted. How are we doing today? We good? We'll determine how good I am within 2 minutes of this key. Not my key, so that's nice. It's going to be an actual 17 progger. Progger? We love progress. And it's resilient, apparently. Don't know if that's a good thing or not, but everybody's in the dungeon. Like, resilient's good, because it means we can, like, redo the key, but that completely depends on if the dude, like, wants to redo the key with you, right? But it's, at least it's not a resilient that I've been asked to pay for. So that's nice. That's always nice. Don't have to pay to play. Bit of a freaky comp, I'll tell you that for free. No DK. Which isn't like, you don't have to have a DK, it'll just make boss 2 a little bit harder. Makes some ads as well a little bit tougher. I don't think I've played with Warlock in a long time. Interrupt-wise, I think we're okay. I know Warlocks are pretty mid for interrupts. Oh, imagine having a stun that's on a cast. I would never press it. I'd be dead honest with you. If I had a CC ability that I had to channel, fucking, I'm not pressing that. That thing is just not getting pressed. How much of your UI consists of weak auras? Right now, from what I can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 on my screen right now, but it does increase. It'll be 6 when we get into the dungeon with the top right that has the timer, because that's the timer weak aura for the run. Then you have the weak auras that... Then, I suppose the weak aura at the bottom of my screen that shows you my abilities. I guess that's also a weak aura. That's gone. That kind of sucks. What else? You got the weak auras that tell you incoming damage, boss timeline, stuff like that. Ooh, we got some more. We got the actual, if you're being cast on. A lot, basically. You can have a look. That's one. The curse. Oh, the curse of weak aura, dude. Now, there's no way they remove. Oh no, because weak aura is gone. Oh, there's no fucking way. Do you know how useful the curse of weak aura is? I don't think, unless you've used it, you don't realize how like valuable it is. Because like when you're playing this game, well, when I play this game anyway, I'm constantly holding down right click. Super easy to lose your mouse, right, in a big like fight, whatever, raid, whatever, even a dungeon when shit's getting serious. Lose your mouse really easily, but you know you have a nice circle. Oh, but that's gone. I was thinking it wouldn't be gone, but if weak auras is not continuing, that will be gone. You might be able to get an add-on. Maybe the add-on doesn't, like, there's mouse sonars. I hate them. That's one. That's just like a UI thing. Like this has not changed how good you are at the game. I don't think this can be counted as increasing combat proficiency, but if weak auras are gone, that's gone. That's annoying. I didn't even think about that one. Basically a lot of weak auras. A lot of my UI as well doesn't consist of weak auras, I suppose. It's like half and half, I'd say. It's just standard route, go right. Like all my action bars aren't weak auras. I guess details is an add-on, not a weak aura. Uh, like the one benefit, I suppose, is that at least I prefer standard. Well, I use bartender, but like for the most part, like with unit frames and stuff, I haven't edited any of that sort of stuff. Because looking at the changes to unit frames and stuff, that looks like it might be rough. So I don't get punished for my unit frames at least, because that's all just standard Blizzard. So that's nice. That's nice. Yeah. What's this? Line of sight here. Huh? My internet go? No? My game just went? Oh, come on. I've been in this lobby for like 10 minutes. Please don't. They're the only person that accepted me. Why'd it kick me from the game? Oh, I'm gonna get dropped. Please. I literally been sat in this guy's dungeon for like 10 minutes. No! Please don't kick me. Oh, the server's crashed. Okay, everyone went. Okay, it wasn't just me. Everybody got kicked out the game. Oh, great. Starting an M+ dungeon when the servers crash. That's gonna go well. No, that reset my stacks. Oh, fuck you, Blizzard. Oh, that reset my stacks back to 10. It's not end of the world, but it's pretty annoying, especially in this dungeon where there are massive packs that helps a lot with damage on the first pack. Okay, that's cool, I guess. If I could put a target dummy down, but you can't anymore in this dungeon. And I can't stack it on these Vinters. It would take too long. Oh well. You used to be able to put target dummies down in this dungeon, but they changed it in Season 3, because I remember playing with Shaman and they'd just sit here and smack a fish or something for like 5 minutes. If I could do that, I could reset my stacks. Massive pull, and then we kind of go up the staircase, I hope. But that looks... Maybe we don't, because he doesn't want this pack over here with the link, so I imagine this is more of a pull them down angle. Because if you pull these up here, the links run into it, and he doesn't want them, so that feels like a pull down into this corner. 3 standard, 4, 5 is pretty chill. And then the rest of the dungeon is just... It's just the usual, right? My goat, your Windwalker guide's awesome. Oh, I'm glad it helps, my dude. Yes, sir. Oh, wait, no, you put head down. Oh, my barrel of fireworks doesn't work. Okay, never mind. Hold up. No. No, wait, please. Let me just stack real quick. It's important. Oh. What the fuck is that in the middle of my screen? One more. One more. Send. Alright, stacks are fine. Oh. Put my gear back on. Is always probably a good thing to do. Okay. I guess only some target dummies you can put down, because my barrel of fireworks definitely doesn't work in here. Do I have every buff? Boots for 27 minutes, that's not good.
5, 4, 3.
I'm sure I'll be fine. I don't need food for the last quarter of the dungeon. I don't think you've really got aggro there, but I need to get the double hit. It's important. I get a Fist of Fury out here, so I'm not downtiming anything. Back on the knight, now we send. Of course we get impaled, so we have to defensive it. Probably ring a piece these sharpshooters in. Health stone there. Finger on the health pot ready. Cheeky touch death. We should be okay now. I say should. Oh! And that's why the finger was over the health pot. Damage is rather low for this first pack, but we'll see how it plays out. Ow. On the plus side, cooldowns have lined up really nicely. We're going to save this 20 stacker into a 11 stacker Nether Prism with Zuin and Storm Earth and Fire. So we'll be really strong on the next pull. I need to be careful of stealing aggro on the next pull. I imagine we're staying down here. Yeah, that's what I thought. He'd bring these down. Then he's going to pull them on the right-hand corner. Left-hand corner? We just stay here, right? Yeah, I'm just not moving. Get them in the corner. Okay, we don't care, apparently. And then start targeting chainmail. Move out for the lunging, get hit anyway. We're going to double Storm Earth and Fire here. Back on the priest. Try and move up the lunge. Nice. Get a lightning off in a sec. We'll just send it out to 19 because I want to get the AOE value. Another lunger. Move the fuck out. Brutal smash. I wonder if that one-shot me. I don't want to find out. Hey, Gandalf, thanks for following. I feel like we are going a little bit slow. It's hard to tell. I can only judge this really off of 16. Move out again. Went on the healer. Unlucky. I'm gonna send the lightning out here because it's on 20. I'm gonna have to hold, like, because I'm running double active. I never want to hold Zuin. Like, ideally, I never hold him. But with one target on 20% health, I have to hold it. So in like the long term, it's kind of bad, or the short term of the dungeon even. So we'll send a Razu in Storm Earth and Fire next. Potentially should have saved the 20 stacker, but we'll get a 20 stacker built back up. It'll be fine. Get the interrupt on that. Straight on the knight. A bit offensive because I hear like 20 squeaks go off. Double Storm Earth and Fire this, because it's the bigger of the packs. Lightning now. Alright, we got the lightning off with the Storm Earth and Fire. That's value. I don't know why everyone goes right in Priory. I think it's to do with the tanks. I think they changed something. I personally hate right. I think it's harder to play the first boss, 100%. Like the first boss is just harder, because of all the interrupts you have to get off. Miss one, it's a one-shot on a player that's targeted. But I think left makes it really hard for the tank, and obviously if your tank dies on the boss, it is just over. So I think that is the reasoning why people go right now, because it makes the fight easier. That's my understanding of it anyway. Personally, I prefer left. I think it makes the boss fight extremely easy, but I'm not the one tanking it, so it's hard to say. Alright, 18 stacker here. I think I've just rinsed Damien of his life force, I'll be honest. I think I'm the only person that rinsed Damien of his life force here. Might have to health stone here. God, I love Warlocks, dude. It's gonna hurt. No, we can get away without health stoning and lightning. Alright, into the corner. We're gonna... Yay. That's fucking crazy. The healer, I guess the healer healed and then got targeted by Emberlands and just got one shot. Probably just needed to hold off on casting for a sec. Ooh, are we wanting to pull this? Alright, that's good. My cooldown's lined up nicely for that. I couldn't have timed that better myself. Into a 20 stacker. One more Tiger Palm? Oh, we just get it. Into an Impale on me, so we'll put armor there. I will Storm Earth and Fire again, actually. No defenses for this, so eye on the health pot. The healer looks like pop coolies. Well, Hellstone anyway, just to be safe. Oh, dead again. Oh, if I got that Welling Dragon Punch off, that'd have been good. I should have saved up for the fists instead. Emberlens needs to die like yesterday. Gets another Holy Radiance off. We are in trouble. Oh, God. Yeah. Ah, just couldn't survive it. I think... I don't know. I feel like the damage is super low on this one. I think sack the Warlock. Take something else. I don't really see the Warlock working here. Okay, sacked everybody. I think, yeah, I just think the damage was too low for what we were doing. Like, Emberlands surviving there for the extra Holy Radiation is just too much. Plus, I think we were we're doing the dungeon too slow in general. I don't think it would have been timeable even if we were successful. Good attempt, though. Doo-doo-doo. Haven't seen much changes from Monk and Alpha yet. Oh, let me scroll up. Not sure how to feel about that, as I like the way it plays now. I mean, in general, I mean, in terms of like talents and stuff, it's gonna. I like to say it's similar but different. Like similar enough that if you played the War Within, you'll be able to get grips on the rotation, and it'll feel relatively like similar, easy to pick back up. But it's different enough where things have changed so that it will still feel kind of fresh. Like the core concepts of the playstyle will be the same, right? You know, the new Storm Earth and Fire Weapons of Order is still probably going to be played similar fashion to how Storm Earth and Fire was played. Conduit's still going to feel very similar, where you have your burst windows carrying over the tier sets over. So, you know, Slicing Wind still gives you a bit of a heart window. Playing around heart windows and that sort of jazz. It really depends what talents are strong. Because there seems to be a lot of like... Oh, I need a cough real quick. There seems to be like... They seem to want to push this concept or playstyle of giving Rising Sun Kick some power in AoE. Because right now, Rising Sun Kick feels kind of daft to press in AoE. Like, it does no damage, right? But you're using it to enable Whirling Dragon Punch or reduce Fist of Fury cooldown. But it doesn't feel like a good button to press, right? You're not enjoying pressing it because it does no damage. So there are potential build paths that they've included that make Rising Sun Kick do AoE damage. It's just, are they strong enough to compete with builds where you just don't even run them and run improve Slicing Winds or something like that, or put more power into Fist of Fury? There's some unique, cool concepts there. Like, for the first time ever, I've seen a talent that actually reduces the damage of an ability. It's kind of crazy, right? Like, you can take a talent that reduces Fist of Fury damage by 10% for the trade-off of it costing less chi. So that's an interesting one. But in terms of, like, tuning and stuff, there has been no alpha tuning yet for Windwalker, but there's still, like, plenty of time. It's only the alpha, right? They've only done, like, one sweep of tuning so far, and the monk they selected was Mistweaver, which doesn't surprise me too much. Mistweaver does tend to healers in general, I think. Well, Mistweaver particularly always seems to be the one that gets like the most tuning and changes from the monk category, I think. So I'm not surprised to see them first in the pile up. I wouldn't they expect not to see anything for Windwalker. Probably, I think they probably, I don't know, probably do Windwalker before Brewmaster next, but I'm easily surprised. What's the difference between running Strike of the Windlord compared to, like, for example, Transfer the Power? Um, well, when it comes to Strike of the Windlord, Strike of the Windlord comes with the conditions that you essentially have to spec into the majority of these talents below it, because on its own, Strike of the Windlord is a awful ability. It does nothing. So to really get strength from Strike of the Windlord, you have to take either Thunder Fist or Rushing Jade Wind, potentially even both, as you do for Conduit. Gale Force is what you really, really want. It's where all the power comes from. It's where the damage from Strike actually comes from, right? So when you Strike of the Windlord, you get Gale Force, and then your damage replicates, like a portion of your damage replicates during that 10-second window. And then Communion with the Wind is also a good one because it reduces the cooldown. It makes it a 30-second cast, so it lines up a lot more with cooldowns. So the big difference between that is that, like, for example, Transfer Power, as you said, is one talent node that gives you some damage compared to taking 4. So if you end up having to, if you want to go Strike of the Windlord, then you've got to take certain talents off to go it right. So you're more than likely probably dropping things like, probably dropping Dual Threat. What else can we drop? You're probably having to drop some of these talents up at the top as well. Probably drop Courageous Impulse. Then I think we're done with the top tier, aren't we? Yeah, then you got to start dropping from the bottom. You see what I mean? So, like, you're having to, like, take a lot out of it to make Strike of the Windlord useful. And it is viable. There are viable Strike of the Windlord builds. Like, I've played them myself. But it's a big commit. It's kind of like the commitment of going to Lightning, right? If you want to go to Lightning, where you've got to essentially commit 4 talents to get to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, just to get down to this portion of the tree, right? Whereas Whirling Dragon Punch isn't too egregious, because a lot of the time you go middle anyway, so maybe you're only giving up 3 talents, or if you're going Lightning anyway, then you're only giving up 2 talents for it. Whereas Strike of the Windlord, it is always a package deal of at least 4 talents, potentially 6. So then you're trying to trade off these 6 talents for what 6 talents do you drop here. And overall, I just think, like, I don't mind the Strike of the Windlord build. I think it's strong, but I just prefer this one. I think it's more consistent. I think it's stronger on bosses. Yeah. Why have you changed your in-game name? I don't know. I felt like it made sense. But the annoying thing is that the amount of characters, Windwalker's too long of a word, so just ignore that. Just pretend there's an either. I haven't changed all my characters' names. It's because for like my alts and stuff, I've got like Druid POV, Rogue POV, Demon Hunter POV, I think, something like that. It made sense to switch character names so that they're all relevant across them. What do I say about Windwalker Monk and Alpha for now? I made a video on it. I think it's promising. I think the general consensus is that people aren't a massive fan of it, and I am worried about some things. As I said, the whole Rising Sun kick and AoE or duel. Right now, the talents aren't very convincing, so you've added this whole section in to play around a new build that kind of focuses around Rising Sun kick and AoE that works off a blackout kick. But if the Rushing Wind kick that does the AoE damage isn't enough damage to even compete with another build, then that talent tree part's completely dead, and all the talents that are associated with it are pointless. So that's my worry, right? Is like releasing new talents and ideas, but if the payoff is just super weak, then you've got a whole bunch of dead talents on arrival. And dead talents aren't uncommon. But like, if you think about the entire Windwalker tree, this entire tree for this, like, I don't know, maybe even just this season alone, right? How many talents did we not actually use, or have you not used? You don't use Memory of the Monastery for any content, 1, and you don't use these 3 in the bottom right. So that's only 4 talents in a tree of what? 30, 40 talents? That's not too bad. 10% chance of not using a talent at any point. But the issue is that they've changed Memory of the Monastery. They've changed how Jade Firestomp now works. So the idea looks like they're trying to actually make these relevant in their certain build paths. If they're not strong enough, then they're just another more dead talents on arrival. And it's like I'd rather not have dead talents on arrival, even if like the builds are like a bit wackier and a niche. At least you play them. Because like, I enjoy the build diversity, right? I'd love the option to be able to go this Rising Sun Kick build, or this other Rising Sun Kick build, or then just not going Rising Sun Kick and doing AoE, and both of them are good at different things, different dungeons perhaps. So that's always nice, being able to play different things, but if you're just locked into one build because the two Rising Sun Kick builds are just a complete joke, then it's like, why even make them talents, you know? But there's still so much time for tuning passes and stuff. I'm not worried about any of that just yet. Ask me again before launch day. We'll see then. It's also really hard to make, like, it's hard to have opinions on something you haven't physically tested, right, or haven't messed around with, because it's easy for me to read the talents and go, oh, that looks promising, that looks a bit risky, that looks good, that's going to be OP, that's dog shit. But until you actually hit a target dummy or do a dungeon with it, it's really hard to see how the talents synchronize with each other, if that makes sense. We've got a bunch of new talents that look like they kind of work with each other and play off of each other. But that's really hard to understand and see without doing it, right? It's hard to judge the strength of a talent off of just written words. So hopefully better informed judgment with a beta. You didn't get this pre-approved. Can I get it post-approved? Is that allowed? Alright, that's enough yap. That was post-key yap. Good yap. I probably should search for dungeons whilst I'm yapping. I mean, I'd love to try Floodgate again, but it's really hard to get into dungeons now. Actually, scrap it. I'll run my key, and I'll run the Slicing Winds build, just to have a mess around with it. I haven't played it for a while. I need to get my key up anyway, because likelihood is I don't get into a key anyway, so I might as well try to get a 17 myself. Oh, what is it? It's Shadowpan Slicing Winds M+. Yeah, see what I mean? You drop so many of these middle talents, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but I think these middle talents are a lot stronger. Overall, it's also forces you into 2 minutes, which means we aren't playing double active trinket. Jeez, it's been a while since I played this one. Means we can rock the antenna again. It's not the end of the world. So you're playing 2 minutes. Is there a way you can play 1 minute 30 with this? Drop transfer? Is that crazy? Feels a bit crazy. Nah, you can't. I don't think I can get away with that. You're trying to give Fist of Fury damage by pumping it in after Gale Force. Thunderfist over Rushing Jade Wind, though? I mean, on paper, they do the about same thing, but Thunderfist gives a bit more prio damage. We're talking really minimal. I think I'd rather take Thunderfist. What are these pags? Rogue good? We'll take the Hunter. Hunter good. When's the cat coming back? Oh, yeah, the cat. Yeah, I remember that. It would still be here, but I swear to God it was crashing my computer. I have no hard evidence for this, but when I started using the cat, I was having issues on the PTR where my game would just crash and white screen or whatever, and I couldn't do anything. And I thought to myself, that's just a PTR issue. That can't be the cat. And then then I was using the cat when I started the main game again. And on like the first few days of playing, and I'd have the exact same thing in the main game. My game would just crash. And it didn't crash and I wasn't using OBS. So I started to draw some conclusions, and then I deleted the cat, and then my game stopped crashing. So the cat isn't coming back because it just crashes my computer. Like, I really don't know what would cause something like that, I'll be honest. Like, not a clue. Maybe something to do with OBS being maybe like the link between OBS and the keyboard, like, because obviously it replicated what buttons I pressed or like on my keyboard, so maybe that transferring something just cooked it. Either way, I'd rather not have my computer break. Yo, I kind of have to invite this dude, right? He's called Bear Grylls. Like, I mean, with a name like that, no, I yapped too hard. Oh, Bear Grylls, no, come back. If he wanted to be in the group, he would have stayed. Isn't Monk one of the least played classes? It is, yeah. I think the bottom's Monk, Rogue, Evoker, right? In that order from top to bottom. It's Claire! I mean, I have to take Claire. This is... Holy shit. We got recurring characters on the stream now. Oh my god. That's great. For anyone out of the know, we did a dungeon with Claire yesterday. We wiped it in the first 1 minute. But I'm all about redemption arcs. I'm here for redemption arcs. I don't have a teleport, do I? Because obviously I ported to Priory. The ghost is back. We're in trouble. Well, I'm trying to think about how you play this. It's a little bit out of the comfort zone. No drinking horn cover of spiritual focus. I don't believe this build is accurate. Hold on. This is my own cooked build. Let's see what the good Windwalkers are playing. Dabnell didn't play it in the Arakara. That's not a good sign. That's not a great sign. Eridas ran it. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna copy this build. Slicing Winds and plus Chi. We are dropping Chi Burst. Oh, he does play 130 then. Oh, so he does drop Transfer the Power for it. Okay, that's fine. Make sure we don't have any awkward talents on, like Bounding Agility. I hate that talent so much. I probably should go to this dungeon. Everybody's waiting for me.
Good to see you again, Grandmaster.
It means we can use double active. I guess the opener is something along the lines of double Tiger Palm to get the chi for it. Zuin, Storm Earth and Fire, Strike of the Windlord, Tiger Palm, Slicing Winds, Tiger Palm,
Good luck.
Fist of Fury, Tiger Palm, and then go from there. So I think you probably want to use, because I feel like you probably don't want to use Conduit Brain for this. It's like naturally Conduit Brain would suggest to me press Slicing Winds after strike, but then Shadowpan Brain conflicts with that and tells me to Tiger Palm in between every ability. I think it makes more sense, because it doesn't matter if these two are desynced, all that matters is you get the Slicing Winds within the Strike of the Windlord window. Where's this dungeon? I have no fucking idea where this dungeon is. Oh, it's here. This is not a dungeon. That is not the right dungeon. Oh, it's in the middle of the city. That makes sense. It is called Arakara, City of Echoes. Yo, got a question. What trinkets would you play if you didn't have an antenna and prism for M+? Araz Ritual Forge, but let's pretend Araz Ritual Forge isn't on the table. If all three of those aren't on the table, it'd be something like, it's probably Lily. It'd probably have to be Lily for the active, and then shit, dude, like Pacemaker, but I wouldn't feel good about it. Maybe Signet of the Prior if you're playing 2 minutes, but none of those trinkets I feel good about using. I wouldn't feel too bad with Lily on Conduit, but as Shadowpan, Lily does not hit. What's my score at the moment? It is 3477. I'm not sure about the passive trinket. I think the passive trinket's going to come down to the content. Like, Sigil's not bad for single target. Then you have Sack of Terror, which is also not bad for single target. Scream of the Forgotten is actually, I want to say, our best. I think it's actually better than Lily on pure single target. But a lot of these trinkets I'm naming are not very good in AoE. They're like pure single target trinkets, right? Oh, I didn't check that Slicing Winds isn't bugged. Oh, it's definitely going to be bugged. Can I get away with pressing it? Well, nope. Didn't pull aggro, that's good. Did cast Slicing Winds, but it is what it is. Oh shit, get me off of that. I mean, not the worst setup. It would have been better if I didn't pop Slicing Winds on the way to the mini-boss, but I had to essentially press it there to try and reset it, because I knew I'd get the bug. I think it's a bartender issue. Trust me, I'm not coping. I basically have to take it off and put it back on the bars. I just didn't remember to do it. Oh god, I need to put this trinket on my bars as well. Kinda cooked, eh? I've not set up my bars for this talent page. That's alright though, I'm just kind of pumping. Keep him alive, give him a cheeky little D-Sox. I mean, build feels alright. I think I just need to get into the swing of it. Just trying to make sure you always line up. I'm trying to always line it up with Zuin. That's the issue when it desyncs. That's not great. When I'm lining up with Zuin, I'm lining up with Storm, Earth, and Fire, right? So probably save Storm, Earth, and Fire here. Save Storm, Earth, and Fire for my next send. Kind of want all this groups up. Potentially I even save there and I don't send the early Storm, Earth, and Fire. Probably the better play, actually. It's not bad damage. I think I'd be getting way more out of this than I am right now. Oh, do I pull aggro? Definitely. Slicing wins the mobs. Of course I feel like I pull aggro. Asks if he pulls aggro after casting Slicing Winds on ads that just spawn in. I mean, be real. Get a lightning off, hopefully before it casts again. We don't want it to get the cool. Nice. Switch the music, because this song is fucking horrendous. That's also a bad song. Hold on. Alright, go. We do want to send the lightning out here. Oh, oh Jesus Christ. Yeah, the biggest issue I'm finding so far with this is trying to get Strike of the Windlords off at the start of a Storm, Earth, and Fire or Zuin window. So essentially desync them, and my thoughts are, do I hold the strike for it? Because I feel like that's what I was doing when I played it previously. I'd hold my strike and my slicing winds for my big burst windows. But how many of those do I lose throughout a dungeon? What's the trade-off? So I'm trying to work out if that's worth it right now. Slicing winds does some damage. Where the fuck are we going? Claire got some crazy route going on here. We are playing Spiritual Focus. So I'll send this out now. Oh god. Oh my god. Do not press Slicing Winds during a Gossamer spawn. If I can give you any advice, it is that. I want to get a nice lightning here, hit everything into a... Bring a piece so these things don't get too close. That would be okay. I mean, that probably is a little overkill. Probably didn't need that. What even was that? Oh shit. I have to heal here. So you see, I've got strike essentially coming off a cooldown here. Do I save it for Zuin? Probably not. Probably send the lightning out earlier as well. Opping? What does opping mean? What the fuck does opping mean? Alright, so we got an 18 stacker. We are going... We're nowhere near the eggs. Oh, seeing as we're nowhere near the eggs anyway, I'm gonna send now. Just send it into the boss. You need to move this boss. Oh, we can get the lightning off. Alright, eggs are on the other side. Are we just going for a push? I think it would make sense to just go for a push here. Would it? No, it would not. Try to get this down real quick. Get lightning off before the Gossamer comes in. Spinning crane kick. Touch of death. Run! I mean, that wasn't fun. I didn't enjoy doing that, but I think I had to do that. There, no! I think we can just kill the boss here, right? Just kill the boss. Yeah, just kill the boss. I'm saving cooldowns as well for the next pack. Please move it further. You're only scared. You're scaring me, Claire. Oh, I'd like to be them. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, that was clean. What happened to Banlu? He glows now, doesn't he? I hate it. It's a bug from... It's got to be with Legion Remix or something. Because he wasn't like this the other week. They made our boy a fucking lighthouse. I'm not a fan. Oh, that was interesting. We are going to overstack the Nether Prism here. Not much we could do. It's because we essentially had to hold Zoon at one point earlier. Someone CC this. Ow. I mean, the build obviously works, right? Successful build. People are using it playing plus 19s, but I'm not a massive fan of it. Maybe it will grow on me. What are we doing here then, Claire? I did not look at your route. Oh, we skip. Okay, okay. How are we skipping? Oh, we edging it. Oh. Oh. Crazy skip tech. Oh.
Alarm shrill. I cannot revolting bone. Alarm shrill.
Okay, he is going to come back. We bothered by that? We care.
I'm out of range.
I guess not. Oh, it doesn't come that close, actually.
Too far away. Revolting bone.
Oh, God. Oh, they're meant to come. Okay, that's fine. Oh, Lord. I'm so scared of just walking off the edge of this. That'll be so typical. Alright, I guess we have to move now, yeah, because the big guys run past. Yeah, we gotta kill this guy ASAP.
Alarm shrill.
Alright, kill the assistants.
Alarm shrill. Revolting bone. Alarm shrill. Alarm shrill. Alarm shrill.
We'll have cooldowns up for the next pack. It's kind of a cringe pack to send coolies on, because obviously it's got the hulking dude who takes, like, reduce everything's damage. But I'm on an 18 stack nether prism, and I'm about to cap 2 active trinkets at once. It's just not worth it.
That I do.
Oh, I'll pop a defensive on this. It's going to really hurt. And then we'll save the other Storm Earth and Fire for the boss himself. But ideally not the actual boss itself. I prefer sending Storm Earth and Fire when it spawns the little guys. I have nothing for this. I can Vivify myself? That's something. But I am going to stack Storm Earth and Fire, so we'll have to send on pull. Oh well. It's these web mages that I usually like to send on. Oh my god. Almost didn't make it. There's nothing worse than having a web mage outside of this boss's circle. I mean, I guess we have a hunter that can deal with it, but if it's on enough health, a hunter ain't dealing with it, like, quick. That was a little bit freaky. I'm going to send out Storm Earth and Fire here when it spawns the ad. Oh, not into that. Nice. Okay, both ads dead before intermission. We're pretty good now. Oh, never mind. It spawns another one, didn't it? We can send coolies on that one. Can we? Kind of. Yeah, pretty much. Got some nice cooldowns on that. This is such a long boss fight. Oh, it feels like a good stop. I was on the wrong side of that. Didn't know that only put a dot on you, though. It basically puts what the infestations put on you. The infestation dot. It's actually not that bad. Well, actually, no. I say it's not that bad. It did cost me Fortifying Brute and a health pot. Oh, outside of that, it's actually not that bad. I genuinely thought it just one shot. Fuck this. It's not good. Just need to kill this now. Oh my god. That does no damage? Okay. Just kill the boss. And nothing happened. Get him dead. Cool. Not my cleanest fight, but he died and I didn't, so you know. I still hate this boss. I think it got harder. I swear it's like an actual tank. Like, you look at the boss halfway through the fight, and you're like, man, this guy must almost be dead. He was sat on 50% health or something. How hard are we going here? Yeah, no need to go crazy hard here, Claire. I think, like, medium hard makes sense. We want to get a lightning off here before Thingy drops off. See, it does nice AoE damage, but I'm thinking to myself, do I not just do this exact same amount of damage on this pull without having the extra 2 buttons and going the other build? So it's a tough one. Definitely satisfying getting the slicing winds off on multiple targets, though. That is for sure. Alright, this is a big nether prism puller. With a 20 stack lightning. Kind of want the overseers in this. Claire? I'm... No, wait, I have a 20 stack nether prism. I cannot die here. Fire, please. Take aggro. I'm scared. Oh, fuck me, where'd you... Okay, sure.
Lasted a little longer.
Oh, I tried to ring a piece, but it was down because I used it. I should have leg swept. Ring a piece should not have been the first thought there. So essentially, I could have got out. I had to make the right call on what form of CC I used. Ring a piece is not the correct call, seeing as it was on cooldown, obviously. The correct call was literally any of the other forms of CC or movement speed. Tiger's Lust would have worked there. Leg sweep would have worked there. Spatial Rift probably fucking would have worked. Anything but what I did. Paralysis would have worked there. Presses the one button that does not work there because it's on cooldown. It's fine though, because I got the majority of my cooldowns out. Obviously, dying's not cool. But if I do die, if there's any point in the dungeon I don't mind dying, it's when I've just sent my nether prism. Because then I've not lost any stacks. That was alright. That wasn't too bad. Now, was it during all my cooldowns? Yeah, but I just sent out the lightning as well, so was it that bad? No, it could have been worse. Okay. I was gonna detox myself, but I got instantly freed. Got rooted anyway, okay. Oh no. Tell me these were meant to be pulled, because these are super... These can just kill everybody, I'm like, pretty sure. Oh, well, that worked. Oh, I feel like they weren't meant to be pulled. This is chaos. No, those were not meant to be pulled. Oh, who pulled them? Unless they just flew down. Oh no. How do I decide on my non-Zuin Storm Earth and Fire? It depends, I suppose. Like, there's a bunch of things I try to think about when sending a non-Zuin Storm Earth and Fire. Usually it's to do with Crackling Jade Lightning. It's quite a big factor in if I'm gonna send it or not. Is it a fresh pull? Like, usually I try to always send them on off pulls or on a pack that's long enough that it's fine to send one out where you get your full duration. But then you also got to consider, is it worth holding the Zuin to then have, or not the Zuin, the Storm Earth and Fire to get like a double back-to-back Storm Earth and Fire? So that can also be a possibility, right? Where one Storm Earth and Fire is on cooldown, but you know that once you've sent Zuin and Storm Earth and Fire, the next one will be off its cooldown. You tend to send it quite a lot when running Spiritual Focus, to be honest. Like, because if you're not sending Storm Earth and Fires when you're running Spiritual Focus, you end up double stacking them a lot. Because you always send the one for Zuin, right? But then that 1 minute 30 cooldown for the other one isn't really 1 minute 30. That 1 minute 30 cooldown is more like it's more like a 1 minute cooldown, maybe slightly less sometimes, slightly more depending on RNG. So essentially, it's like trying to fit in the second storm of the fight every minute. So usually I play it around, like if we're going into a fresh pack, play it straight off. If you like halfway through a pack, that's going to last for the entire duration, and you're about to hit like a 20 stack lightning or something, it can be worth doing it then, because then your lightning's just going to be super strong. Sometimes I even just delay it so that I can get the double stack. It does vary. There's no like set rule of when to send it, really. I'm gonna go with this. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this hunter again. I'll still play this build again because it's obviously a 16 resilient, so I like it, but I need to play it better. So like, if we look at damage breakdown, Fist of Fury does fucking nothing with this build. Oh my god. So maybe this is where I'm playing it a little bit wrong. And it makes sense, right? You've removed a bunch of the Fist of Fury talents. Ish. I mean, dual threat naturally increases Fist of Fury, naturally increases damage of everything. Transfer the power increases Fist of Fury pretty well. Fury of Zubin is also pretty good. That's not necessarily increasing Fist of Fury. But it helps playing around Fist of Fury more. No Zuin's Battle Gear. I don't run that anyway, but that also increases Fist of Fury. No. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. I'm not inviting you. Another DPS and a healer. We got CR, we got Lust, but I'm sure that guy doesn't actually want to Lust. I got this guy messaging me telling me to invite him. His tank friend's 3.4k score, but he was banned last week. I think it was more of a compelling argument if he told me that he was 3.4 without telling me he was banned last week. Telling me he was banned last week instantly makes me think, do I want this guy in my group? If you just left it off at the... I wasn't going to invite them because he has no score, because he's 3.4k, but I was more likely until you tell me he was banned last week. I don't want someone that was banned last week. What the fuck? Yeah, man, hop in. What could go wrong? Quick in and out. Crazy. There's a 17 key waiting for my application. Oh, okay, Gek. I'm gonna have to count. Yes, okay. I probably should have said something to that hunter. He stayed. I'll actually DM him. So he did stick around. I don't see a 17 with my name on it. Oh, I've been baited. It should be a floodgate. Yeah, if I'm playing the floodgate though, I'm not playing this build. I'd play the one I'm more confident with. Floodgate would be a great key to get off because it is one of the harder ones, if not the hardest. It's just extremely punishing, and there's just some horrible packs in here. Oh, I love this dungeon. I don't even think it's harder than last season. They haven't changed anything really, no. I think Priory got more changes. Floodgates. The only big thing was Bubbles has gone, right? If anything, that's a buff to the dungeon. Bubbles is gone. Easier dungeon. No skips. It's not how it's quite translated. Oh, what the fuck, I was baited. I'm going back in the Arakara. Alright, rerun it. Oh no, I want to invite that hunter again. He's gonna be... Oh no, I hope he doesn't see my key pop back up. Yeah, I think the evoker I was going to do the 17 floodgate with is in another dungeon or something. I was too slow by 2 minutes or something. Life. It's fine. It means we can practice this build again. Is this one Slicing Winds M+? Yeah. Should probably repair my gear as well. I'm a fanboy. I love fanboys. Did I kill Ace out of 8? Yeah, I don't even remember when we got A out of 8. A while ago? How many times have I killed Thingy now? It usually tells me over here. I think I've done Dementius 4, 5 times. Good tier. Genuinely a very good tier. Just in terms of like boss fights and things. I mean, I liked Undermine. I know a lot of people didn't like Undermine. I thought it was quite cool. I don't know what I'd say the best bosses for this tier though. Like actual best boss. Like in their original forms, because a great example of this is Forge Weaver. I really enjoyed the Forge Weaver fight. Now I hate it because it's genuinely an echo of what it used to be. It's just a Zerg now, where you don't even think about anything. One intermission, barely any ad sets. It's just it's just actual like final phase is just whatever. What other like I like Dementius. I liked it. I guess I would say Dementius is probably the best fight in the tier. It's just it feels like 3 separate fights, which is a little bit weird. Like P3 Dementius is really fun. P1 Dementius is okay. P2 the platforms are actually good, but it's just the flying in between it. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't like dragon flying, whatever. But there's like so much downtime in between each phase. Like, it feels like you're doing 3 separate boss fights. I'm stuck on Nexus King. I thought Nexus King was okay. It's one of those bosses where it can be hard to make prog on it, just because the issue is if you wipe in P1, you can't really make too much prog on it. And P1 is by far the hardest phase of the fight. The biggest issue really comes down to ghosts, right? I mean, obviously you can get hit by the, I don't know what they're called, void, you know what I mean, the things that travel across. You can be hit by them, you can mess up the soak sequence, stuff like that, easy, fine. But that can all be like fixed. the issue is ghosts, right? How do you help someone not get hit by ghosts, or how do you help someone do the ghosts, right? It's one of those things that's just like really hard. Um, so you end up like spending a lot of time just to like people dying to the ghosts on off different pools, right? One pool, a couple of people get got. Next pool, a couple of people, makes the platforms a bit harder. Because the platforms are harder, you end up struggling to get through them. Maybe you do get through them. Aren't we missing a healer? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm cooked. Yeah, I'm cooked. I invited 2 tanks. Holy fuck. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. He signed up to the dungeon. Ugh, just, but yeah, like Nexus King. The damage amp's actually surprisingly scary. I think people get caught out by it. They think it's just a damage amp, so me go hard, me smash, but it's actually a shit ton of damage. And if you're not prepared for it, you do just die in that damage amp. P3 is also pretty scary, right? But I'd say it's easier than P1. It's just kind of dodge in place, right? And then I guess the hardest thing is the Star Killer swings, I think, more than anything. But they can be baited, so you can actually have people pre-assigned to those, where you can't pre-assign someone ghosts, right? Like if someone, like everybody gets the ghosts. I've played a lot and I've not enjoyed playing a stall this tier. I think I'm probably going to try swap if my guild let me. Probably a hard... I mean, most tiers are probably harder for ranged, right? But you've just come off Soul Hunters, right? Where you probably had like the job of doing all the suck-ups and stuff and dealing with like literally the entire fight. And having to more or less carry the fight. Not fun. Like if you've played like melee, like Soul Hunters is probably the biggest disparity of melee and ranged. I think last tier it was maybe potentially it was. I mean, there was a lot of bosses where ranged had it harder. Maybe like One Arm Bandit, maybe uh Lock and Stock, well, because of the how range had to place and stuff like that. But like Soul Hunters is such an egregious difference between melee and range. Like range have to do every single mechanic in that fight and then do all the damage during like the intermissions and stuff. Where melee, all melee have to literally do is stand inside of a hunt. It's genuinely crazy the difference in responsibility on that fight. Yeah, no, I'm kind of glad I didn't play ranged on that one. Then again, Windwalker's really good on that fight. Funnily enough. Check gear and talents. That is a great suggestion because I don't think I'm... Make sure Slicing Winds works first. Kind of important to have on the pool. Yep. Slicing Winds fine. Trinkets in the right slot. So maybe a bit less focus on Fist of Fury then. Fist of Fury seems to not be nowhere near as strong. If I do more damage with Slicing Winds, then Fist of Fury's actually useless. Obviously still press it, but it's not the hard carry I think it usually is. More focus on spinning Crane Kick.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. I can make this work. Tiger Palm, Zoo and Storm Earth and Fire.
5,
Strike, Tiger Palm, Slicing Winds, Tiger Palm, Fist, Tiger Palm. Yeah, makes sense. Run it.
Good to see you again, Grandmaster.
We got Belle Delphine in my dungeon.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Detox that shit. Get it off! I swear to God, I do 0 damage on this first pull. I never know how to make damage work on this first pull. There's got to be some sort of trick to it that I'm just missing. But it's not even this build. I genuinely cannot do damage on this pull with any builds. Oh no, Belle Delphine, stay strong. Play Frost DK. Oh, from the looks of it, play Hunter. They do tons of damage on every pull. Should have seen the Hunters I was playing with yesterday in Floodgate. Doing that first pull on Floodgate. I thought my damage was decent on the first pull of Floodgate, right? Just about hitting 30 million DPS. These Hunters, they're hitting 40 easily. Not even breaking a sweat. That's actually crazy. Right, I'm going to try this one a little differently, where I actually hold my strikes for things now. Rather than just sending strike on cooldown, send strike, like even if I hold it a bit, I don't know if the payoff's better. We'll see. And we'll compare it to the last dungeon, where I essentially send it on cooldown. That'll give me a better gauge of which way's better to play it. It's me, the detox bot. I detoxed poison off myself and it's instantly back. Haha. I detoxed another one off myself and it's instantly back. Haha. Okay. I'm not even gonna dispel it. Fuck it, it'll just come straight back. No point. So I need to send here. It feels bad, but it makes sense, because otherwise I won't have it for Zuin, so I want them to be on the same cooldown. Go on, give him speed. Alright, we got an 18 stacker. Belle Delphine got one shot. What? Okay. I'm not being funny, but they hadn't even landed yet. Okay. I was waiting for them to land, because then I was going to ring a piece, but I'm pretty sure they killed me midair.
Web spray.
I'm back! Oh, fuck. Alright, not great. I'm not 100% convinced I should have died there. Alright, so we have Zuin up. We have no strike and no slicing, which is not good. Like, the question is, do I hold the other way now as well? Surely not. Actually, I need to stack up the Nether Prism anyway. It's probably not a bad thing. Please don't. Jesus Christ. Where do I stand? Where the... Oh! I'm not saying the entire ground is covered in poison and webs. Okay. Okay. Alright, 20 seconds. So I think I do hold here, but it'll be fine because he has to grab everything up anyway, so it takes time. I'll have cooldowns up for them. And then we send it with a 10 nether. It's not amazing. Probably get it up to 11 if we try getting combat real quick. Yeah, we got it to 11. Okay, I mean that was a good amount of damage. Cheeky 30 milli. No, Hunter, you can't be behind it. You can't be behind it. Jesus Christ. You got to be in front of it, otherwise it runs through the boss. So you want all your DPS to be in between the eggs and the boss, and then it can never reach it. I hit these ones. We are going to overstack Storm, Earth, and Fire here, so I have to send it. Our stacking for Gossamer is pretty awful. I'm going to send the zoo in here. Where'd the spiders go? So that one I didn't sync it up, but I wanted to send it earlier than later. Because otherwise, no spider damage. Is it padding? If it's ethical? We will be able to get a Storm, Earth, and Fire out here before the next Zuin's up. So this one's going to be fun. This one's that into that, into that, into that, into... They're dead. I mean, it's definitely satisfying getting a nice Gale Force 20 stat crack from Jade Lightning. And then... I was going to say we won't have another set. We are going to have another set. This one won't have any cooldowns for it. I might save Strike here, actually. I'm going to save Strike here. Get a lightning on it. Let's do some spins. Bring it. The boss is on 18%, so I am going to send coolies. So otherwise I'm holding cooldowns for an absurd amount of time with an 18 stack Nether Prism. Nice. I'm going the wrong way. You know you can double it on the floor. I could probably play Gossamer things a lot better. I just get a little bit freaked out with them. It feels bad not having flying serving kick. It's my crutch.
Locust swarm.
Lost. Lost! Yeah, this is a really weak pull for me, so I don't actually have anything for this. I can't even send out a Storm Earth and Fire here. Alright, now I do damage. Such a weak pull because I pop cooldowns on the boss, right? Kind of a crazy pull, no? No one was going to get that a lot assistant. It's crazy. I have defense for the next AoE. Someone get CC on this, please! Please! Holy shit, dude. Crazy. This is such a... I mean, these blood guards are just not fun to play around. It's not too bad here because I can still build up some stacks, so holding Zun's not the end of the world. I'll pop it when we get into the next pack. Is double unuse the way to go? I think it's open-ended. I personally prefer it, because I think that... Hold on, this is bad. Do I just take this? I do just take this. Like, 'cause I think the majority of our damage comes from our burst windows, right? I mean... Full impact when we don't have CC, I'm just steadier, right? Like, you basically, the trade-off for double active is that you're putting all your damage into your burst windows, whereas with a passive trinket, you do a bit more damage outside of your burst windows, right? But I'm a firm believer that almost all of our damage comes from our Zun every 1 minute 30, and our Storm Earth and Fires outside of that. I'd rather get more damage during those, because 1 minute 30 is not a long cooldown, right? That's almost every pack. Also, the issue with the antenna, something like that, is that it doesn't always proc when you want it to. And that feels bad. Like, when you're in a big burst window with an antenna, sometimes it just won't even spawn, right? You won't spawn any of your antennas, and it's like, well, what's the fucking point of me having this trinket right now? So that always feels bad. Like, sometimes it'll proc, like, 3 during it, and that's amazing. Sometimes it just won't proc at all, and it just feels awful. Yeah, I think both are viable. I think in the raid it's still good to have a passive trinket. That's because fights are so short. The only fight I run double active in the raid is Dimensius. And that's just because of how the timings of the fight work. I mean, once again, we've got cooldowns up on this pack before the boss, which isn't awful. But it just does feel like a wasted set of cooldowns. But holding it for any longer is also just really bad because of the 18 stack Nether Prism. Oh god, he's gone. Try to get the lightning out there. Ow. Oh, he gripped it. That's awkward. I lost a lot of uptime on this web mage, which means that it's going to just be stood out there casting now. He shouldn't have gripped it in. I mean, he should have. It makes sense too, but it's also... I mean, it just means it's still alive, right? So it got gripped onto the frontal of the boss, so we lost all the damage onto it. I'm going to save this lightning just for a sec till after it charges so I can get the 2-target cleave. Ow. Okay, you can grip this one in. Okay, we're not gripping this one apparently. There's no consistency. I think it's over, right? No res for the healer. Yeah, it's just over. Oh my god. No need for heal. I think infestation hurts a little bit. You do not dodge every damage source on that boss. You dodge the majority. You can't dodge the dot that it puts on you when you drop. So where's the damage come from for that one? I mean, see, that switches things. That's more crackling jade lightning. But then Fist of Fury is still so low. It's about the slicing winds this time, at least. So if I can get into a 17. There's a lot of groups at the moment. Actually, no, that's not 17, is it? Watch the groups just disappear. Oh no, there's still a lot. That one needs a tip. Don't have one of those. That one also wants a tip. And these all just want tanks and healers. Shit. 17 Arakara? Maybe. Oh, it's a shame these like perfect groups. They've got literally their physical. Well, maybe not the mage. That one wouldn't be too bad. I don't think I'm getting in, I'll be honest. I I didn't try that one, to be fair. It just doesn't make sense to get invited to that one. Uses party filter to get rid of 3 DPS groups? Yeah, I know. In fact, I don't know why my settings have all reset. I usually have all of these 3 tagged on. I don't know. Oh, it's because I name changed and this would have reset. I usually just have these 3 set. I wondered why they looked like there were more groups today. Yeah, because I name changed my character. I didn't think it would mess with everything, but it essentially it does the exact same thing as if you realm transfer. It wipes your. It basically starts you off from a fresh sheet, basically. All your add-ons go back to default and stuff. That's rough. What is it about, like, if you had to sum it up into one word, why do you think people decline Windwalkers? Is it like what caused this root stem of Windwalker bias? Mesa. Do you need Mesa for 17s? Probably not. Did I sign up for this one? Get me in. Oh. Invite. I'll take it. Alright, we'll go back to... Just because this is actually a score dungeon, I'll go back to running the non-slicing winds build. The slicing winds build's growing on me. I feel like... It's weird, I feel like the burst damage isn't as high, which kind of feels almost... What I think would be... I think it would be the opposite, that your burst damage would be higher. But it feels like... Maybe it's just that dungeon in particular. But it feels like the actual, like, burst. But to me, I'd imagine the burst would be higher. What's Gale Force damage like, actually? That's a great question. See, it's nowhere near Conduit's Gale Force damage, but you wouldn't expect it to be. Because the entire point of Conduit is to play around the Gale Force damage windows. Whereas a lot of the time here, you're sending out Strike of the Wind Lords without much oomph to follow it. Like, you follow up... you follow up a Strike of the Wind Lord with what? Fist of Fury that's not really buffed. Ain't gonna do shit. Best group greeting for vibes? Hi, hey, yo, or wave? I think for vibes, definitely got to be the wave. But I usually just start off with a hey. The worst is when you're like making a group and then each individual person joins and then they each say hi and you've got to hit them back with a response, obviously, because it's polite. But I'm not going to say hey 4 times in a row. So that's when I start weaving them in, right? I'll start off with a hey, the next person gets a hi, the next one then gets like, a wave. Maybe the next person gets the other sided wave. You gotta mix it up, keep it fresh. Can't just say hey 4 times in a row. I've been kicked for a few riskier options. How do you get kicked for how you greet people? What? What are you saying? If you want to be safe, just go hey. If you get kicked for saying hey, then I don't know. We'll stick detox on for this build. Sup bitches got me? I mean, okay. I mean, you're joining a dungeon saying sup bitches. I can see where they probably drop you. I mean, I think that'd be funny. I'd laugh if someone joined a group and said sup bitches, but not every. You get some more serious people that play this game. Oh man, not everyone appreciates a vibey hello greeting. See, oh, this one I started off with a yo. I hit this party off with a yo, and I got a yo as response. Yo's a good one. Kind of implies that you're casual. You're not too fussed. Might be reading into these greetings a bit much. After being declined for 20 keys, it gets to you. Yeah, but then at that point, like once you're invited to the key, you're not trying to do like you're just trying to like stay there. Don't poke the beehive. I've had people join and hit the group with a meow. Okay, now that is actually a kick. That is a straight kick. That's not a vibe check. Unless they're playing druid, in which case it's fine. It's in character. I get a DK join my group and he hits me with a meow cute face. You gone. You are straight out there. You hit me up with a sup bitches. I make you party lead. Hit me with a meow. You gone. Meow gets kicked for sure. Meow, everybody. What's happening? You need the what's the I don't know if it's a week or an add-on that changes your chat so that it makes it all uwu. Insta kick. Absolutely. Yeah, you gone. I remember progging and someone had that on and they were like explaining stuff or like typing in the chat stuff and it was just fucking despicable trying to like decipher what was actually being said. Yeah, OO speak. Or something like that. Winky face. I don't know what it's called. Yeah, alright, buddy. Oh, cool. Red-handed. What are we looking for? Tank. Probably looking for a warrior, right? Or a paladin. What's the actual difference between a 16 and a 17? I wish your keystone actually told you. I know it tells you when you insert it. It doesn't tell you on the keystone. Is it like it's like a 20%, no? 10%? Oh, what the fuck? Oh. No, we're good. They're on my team. That's fine. I actually thought I was getting skybombed. I'm gonna have to get so many crests. Not next week, not Wednesday, tomorrow. Next reset, it's fine. They don't increase the crest cap. Once they increase the crest cap and release Dinars, oh my god. I'm just counting mentally how many crests I actually need to get. Each crafted piece needs 30 gilded, so that's already 120 gilded crests just for the crafted pieces alone. That one requires 5. Jesus, 2, 2, 2, 2. I don't know, we're talking like 400 crests maybe. Yeah, because it's not 10 either, is it? It's going to be 15 per upgrade. Oh my god. I can do that all in one day. I'm just grateful that they're removing Valorstones next expansion. Like on my main, Valorstones are never a problem, right? Valorstones are whatever because I naturally play this character quite a lot, and I'm sure it's probably the same for most people. With your main character, you probably like spend the most time actually gearing it, leveling it. But it's when it comes to ults, and I actually feel Valorstone starvation. Like I genuinely, I'm always sat at 0. Uh-oh, I've got to upgrade a weapon. Suddenly, like 400 a pop. Good luck. Like, I think it will actually make me prefer leveling ults. Because right now, I have a decent amount of crests on my druid, for instance. Like, a decent amount of gilded and ruined. But I can't do anything with them because I have no Valor Stones, because I spent them all on my weapon upgrades, which fucked me. So now I've got to go do dungeons, which won't give me that much Valor Stones, which will also give me crests on top of that, but I'll never have enough Valor Stones to match the crests that I collect through doing the content. And it's a never-ending cycle. It's just, yeah, I'm just glad that you don't have to do Valor Stones anymore. Because, like, you're still playing the game to get the crests, right? I'm doing the dungeon, I'm doing the raid, I'm doing the content. Why do I have to collect 2 currencies? Already back to push M plus even before reset this week. Your resilience is impressive. It was better last season. My resilience was way better last season. 17s feel harder this season than they did last season, which doesn't make much sense to me. Because 17s were like the not the high end of what keys were being done. Like last season it was 20s, right? 20s, 21s that people were pushing at the very end of the season. We're about halfway through the season, if that, and people are already on 20s, 21s. I don't know, 17s just seem to hit harder. Like, how much does will gear actually improve these runs? A lot? Not much, right? '17's pre-turbo boost was rough, though. Yeah, you're probably right. In fact, yeah, you are right, aren't you? What was this guy saying? Is he speaking Tauran? Oh, Orcish. Do I think less people push at the moment because of Legion Remix, or many just waiting for midnight? I mean, Legion Remix will definitely make a difference, right? Like, a lot of people will go play that. You have Mock Classic at the same time. I don't know how big that is at the moment, but big enough. I guess it's also the last season, right? So, like, after this one, like, no matter how geared your characters are at the end of this season, it doesn't actually matter, right? You just go into the next expansion and every single character's on the same level again. Whereas season 1, season 2, right? However you finish that, like, gear and stuff, I suppose, matters. So, like, trying to grind M plus for score kind of matters. Like, how important is your score from this expansion going into next expansion? But it does kind of play a role, your score as well, in a previous one to the next one. Not much. Like, it's not often that I'll see someone say that they're like, oh, I was 3.7k last season, get me in. But it matters a little bit. Uh-oh. I think when the turbo boost comes out, that'll increase popularity again of M+, but it's always on the decline, right? Like, it always starts high, and then drops and drops and drops and drops. So most people, like, sane people set out, like, you know, chill goals, right? Reach 3k, get the mounts, never play it again. You are stable, and you are mentally well if you do something like that. If you do what I'm doing right now, yeah. You're a little bit unwell. That's okay. It's okay. Oh, where the tank at, dude? I should main tank, actually. The downside is it's boring. The upside is lots of keys. Get the Brewmaster in. Get him in. Brew's pretty fun. Yeah, I think Brew is fun. I definitely prefer it to... So I played a bit of Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid's okay. Guardian Druid, I feel like all you do, though, is just spam Ironbark. I guess as Brewmaster, you could argue that you're just chugging brews, but I feel like you don't do that as much. This guy just called someone a dog in Orcish. That's crazy. Did I change my in-game name? I did, yeah. I thought it kind of made sense too. So I've been naming all my alts, whatever class it is, POV stuff, so it kind of fit into the theme anyway. And it was on sale! I'm not going to change all my alts names though. I'm not spending money on that. Oh, I'm going to lose my mind. I just want to do a dungeon. I'm going to lose my mind. What? This is 2 RP. I'm going in the dungeon. These guys are like talking Orcish to each other. That's why I couldn't find you on Radio.io. Yeah. The downside is, it'd be better if I could have fit the E in there, but you're limited on characters, and Windwalker is too long a word, unfortunately. Kinda bad. Don't worry though, my IO score has not changed since probably whenever last you looked at it. A little bit depressing. That's okay though. Is this Unholy? Is Unholy good? I thought the mess was Frost. What does Unholy do anymore? So I remember last season they just spawned a Blood Beast and it would kill everything. Do they have that anymore? Is that how it works? I know Frost just scythe shit. Is my radar IO off? No. Why would you not take this paladin? He's got all 16s. I mean, in fairness, yeah, no 17s. I get it. I guess the leader's waiting for like some godsend tank to come down with his like 18s and 17s, but yeah, I mean, can you be that desperate? Picky even? At this point, I would have taken the paladin, and we would have run it down mid and would have depleted my key. So maybe patience does pay off. Why do you guys hide your logs, by the way? Don't know. You have to ask an officer for that. I don't know. I think like it's like most like topper's not a word, but you know what I mean. Like top end guilds don't log. Like some do, like Pop Tart Corn Dog do. I don't really know why, to be honest. Just is what it is. So obviously I never used to because I used to play in whatever guild. I don't know if it's just something that because everybody did it, or like everybody just did it naturally. It's one of those things where you just conform to it. I'm trying to think of other guilds that don't, that are kind of nearer the top end. Northern Sky, do they? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe to do with poaching or something like that. Is my best guess. It would be poaching. That's the only like maybe logical thing I can think of, right? If all the top guilds posted logs and stuff, then you'd be able to see it and you'd be like, "What man? This shaman's absolutely pumping. Get him in." You know what I mean? So maybe that's the only thing I can really think of would be a reason why a lot of the higher guilds don't post logs. Some guilds don't care, right? Like Park Corn Dog, they just do whatever the fuck. Maybe to do with not necessarily like stealing strats, but copying as well. I suppose can also be another reason, but probably maybe less so, maybe more so actually. Because let's say you're both progging the same boss and you're competing with each other for a spot in the leaderboards, you might decide that it's better to private log so that the other guild can't see what you're specifically doing, because maybe their strat isn't quite working and they're trying to get ideas for how to improve or what's a better like way to play it. They then look through like your logs, they see, oh, you're being quite successful on this and you're doing this differently to us, right? We're gonna nab that strat. And so I think there's like a few reasons for it. I think they probably both play into it. Off the top of my head, those are probably the best reasons why certain guilds don't post logs. I mean, personally, I don't give a fuck. I'd post my logs, but is not how it works. Man, this Windwalker's crazy. This Windwalker looked at 0 ghosts all night. Guy's trolling? Get him out. Alright, come on, there's 2 warriors here. Tell me one of them's good enough. He's got a 17. Get him in. He's got a 17. Come on. We can't be that picky. It's a warrior. It fits our comp. It doesn't, really. It kind of does. A little bit. Go on. We're not taking him. What are we taking? You think Mr. Paladin with his plus 19s, couple of 18s is... Oh my god. Please. I trust him. He's killed Mythic Soulbinder 3 times. Get him in. This guy fucking... He owns Plexus Sentinel. Get him in. I'm never going to do this dungeon. I'm telling you right now, we better time this. If I've been sat here for half an hour waiting for a group to form to deplete on the first pull, I'm ooh. That is sanity destroying. That's worse than depleting my own key on repeat. And the team leader just wants to torture us. He's doing a great job. Hey, what's this mount? It's a Scarab Lord. Holy shit, this guy's got Scarab Lord. Close enough. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. We got some great content going on here. Maldraxian Corpsefly? No, this is Scarab Lord. You can tell because he can't fly with it, and you can't fly with the Scarab Lord. Tank? How good was he? I want to inspect him. I want to see what credentials we required of this man. I can't see. I can just see that he has 3.46 score. Which was about the same as the other ties. But it's whatever, we got one. Alright, place your bets. What pack do we wipe on? I'm going to be optimistic here. And say not the first one. A little bit optimistic, but not the first pack. I think the one on the bridge. The bridge is where this goes. If we get past the bridge, it's one. Just before the first mini-boss? No. You're right, someone does always die there. Usually, I think what happens is it's usually the healer, and the reason it's usually the healer is because none of the DPS are DPSing, right? Because we're not stupid. Well, the tank's not going to die because it's the tank, right? He's running. The healer, what healers accidentally do, or don't realize they're doing, is they'll heal the tank as you're running across because he's taking damage, and they're like, oh shit, gotta heal this guy. They naturally get threat, because no one else is doing anything to them. And then that tends to... I think that's usually why people die. And it usually is the healer. Because they genuinely just get healing threat. Usually DPS gets random damage, healer panics, healer aggro. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it genuinely just comes down to healer aggro. They'll end up getting healer aggro.
2, 1.
The way forward opens. And
It's very rare to get healer aggro, but this is one of the easiest places to do it.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
God, I want to hit these crawlers so bad. Am I in the right build?
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Oh god, he pulled them all both. Okay. And the healer died. Haha, the healer got healer aggro. There's no way.
I must get close.
I mean, that's just basic stuff, no? I don't even know what to say on that one, boys. And girls. Oh man, if I was this shaman, I'd be. He's got to be fuming. And that's what I mean, though. It genuinely doesn't matter if you spend like half an hour or 5 minutes making a group. It really doesn't matter. So it's why I take fucking random, random players. You could have your all-star team, but your healer dies on the run over. You pull like usually you don't pull those two mobs. Tank pulled both of them, which means you're playing with way more casters, right? Usually you tend to pull one and then CC the other, but he went in and pulled both of them, so you're playing with both of them. It's just, yeah, that guy's key went into the grave. I'd be so pissed. Oh my god.
Do not
Whoever called
yourself
Death running over there, you win.
rather focus on rising every time you fall.
Is party chat full of yapping or depressed silence? It was depressed silence. It was depressed silence. I mean, the DK said don't pull all casters insta with a smiley face, but other than that, depressed silence, like, yeah. Oh, 17 Resil. Note. Oh, I was going to write a note. I don't know what my note was going to say, but I was going to write one. All right. We got three good groups, potentially. They fit me. I fit them. Like a glove. They didn't even kick. Yeah, I think I got the interrupt on the big dude. Tank didn't interrupt. And then I think leg sweep, and then I ring a piece. But at that point, like, it was just over, right? It was over. Banlu dropping wisdom as always. Do not concern yourself with failure, Grandmaster. Rather focus on rising every time you fall. Fuck, dude. I love this mount. The only time I've hated this mount is it was one pull on Demencius, and I'm pretty sure it was a prog pull, and it was like near a kill or something, and I was like pretty locked in. And I get off the second platform, and I start flying, and Banyu procs one of his fastest like yaps, and I think he's talking about like a tree or something, you know, or he was like stop before the brewmaster, you know the one I'm talking about, and I was just like I just started laughing. There was just this massive wall of text on my screen as I'm trying to like think about what I'm doing next, and it's just Banyu talking to me mid-flight. I've heard you can turn it off. I would never do that. Like that's crazy to me if you turn off him talking to you. He hits you with some facts sometimes. But you can get a add-on or probably a weak or a right that just stops him talking to you. But sometimes he's spitting bull. He knows what he's yapping about. But sometimes it is not the right time to be saying some of these things. Note tip means you should write some insightful tips into the note. You're right. I'll just start copying and pasting Banlu text. I mean, I guess I got to do my key. There's no... I can try sign up for the Resilient 17 Priory. I'm pretty sure I signed up for this one earlier, and he didn't like me. Understandable. Maybe that one? Fuck it, at this point, actually, just sign up for them all. Shadow Priest artifact weapons, you should talk to them. Yeah, then it started taking over the world. I don't think Banlu's going to do that. I mean, he has gone pretty, like... I mean, he's got a bit freaky recently. It's quite bright. I think I wouldn't mind if it was just the eyes. I mean, it's a little bit weird, but it's kind of cool in a way. But it's the fact that my barrel glows. This makes no fucking sense. The real question is, will they fix it? And I think you know the answer to that one. This ain't ever getting fixed. This is Banlu now. There's no way in hell they are ever going out of their way to fix this mount visual. Like, you gotta be real. The corrupted Banlu from Remix doesn't talk to you, sadly. Would be cool if he had a corrupted voice or something. I didn't know there was a corrupted Banlu. Can you use him in retail if you get him in Remix? See, this is why this will be bugged, by the way, because they made a corrupted bat. Something would have gone wrong when they were making it, or some issue with the coding would have messed this up. He's red. Oh, but that is a big ask to level a monk just to get a mount. I don't think I have that sort of commitment in me. And he doesn't talk to you. That's kind of a big... Kind of needs to talk to me.
Farewell.
See? Needs somebody's farewell. Alright, fuck this. I make my own team. I'm forming the Avengers. No, wait. Okay, no, that's a little bit. We'll at least put a score in there. I reckon play first come, first serve, you know? That seems fair. If someone signs up, they get in. Just because they were the first person to do it. I think that's fair and reasonable. You got to think of the little guy here. Sometimes people play dungeons and they don't get invited for, like, you know, hours. Why is no one signing up? Can't invite people if no one signs up. First come, first serve. Get in here. Holy shit, hold on. That guy's score... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. We've learnt that. Mage! Perfect again. You're getting my key right now. Give me a paladin. just bring it all together. Give me Claire. I should friend Claire. All the classical mounts are fell infused. Fell green. Let's see if I can find an image. Corrupted Banlu. Tank, get him in. Do we have Lost in CR? Yep. Perfect comp. I'm amazing at crafting comps. Where is he? Oh, I'll be honest, I don't like that. I will be real. Oh, it looks cooler like this, actually. Why are these images so different? See, this I don't like. That looks horrible, the legs, but when you look at it like that, that's actually cool. But he doesn't talk to you, so... I'm such a tolerant person, or is my mentality so broken that I'm just running it down? It's open to interpretation. If the mount doesn't call me fat, I don't want it. True. Like, what? I'm trying to think. Do any other mounts in this game talk to you? Like, I do think that was such a unique concept at the time. I'm sure there are probably some that do. I'm not a very big mount collector. I can show you how many mounts I have. I have like 100. I have 140. I don't collect these things. You can buy them from a vendor, don't need to hit 80. Oh, okay. In that case, I might be able to do it because I'm low-key leveling a mage on Remix. Just have a mage available for next tier. For any reason I had to play mage, I won't play mage, but It's worth learning it. Super casually though. So if I can buy it on my mage, I will. I'll send all my resources into that. What are we yapping about in this party chat? Mage does fear. I stun 2 blood and we kill 1 with bloodlust. That doesn't mean anything to me, mate. Just pull it. Oh, it's only 10k bronze. I think I have
5,
that.
4,
Is
3,
because I've been collecting a lot of bronze in my mage and I have nothing to spend it on. Is bronze just the cosmetic currency? Is that what bronze is for? I haven't really done much in remix.
4,
All I know is that I've got a supply of bronze that I definitely haven't spent.
Grandmaster.
So can I buy the class order mounts or other classes even if I don't have the original? 'Cause the only one I have is monk, and I probably have warrior actually. I played warrior in Legion.
Only the strongest. survive.
Oh, what? What? Huh? Banlu, what do you have to say about this? Give him a moment, he's thinking. I don't know what to make of I genuinely don't. I don't even know how he died. Well, that doesn't help me. That's just saying he died to stagger. Well, we go again. That was fun. That was fun. If I use the map warbound item, I'll get a lot of bronze. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, the one that reveals all locations. That's crazy. Ah, no, I'm gonna get a penalty timer. Get me back in. I refuse to have the red triangle next to my name. But genuinely, you get a red triangle next to your name, you've ruined it. It's over for you. I thought there'd be a lot more red triangles in the game. Because on PTR there were tons, right? But I guess that's PTR. But I swear to God, they're so rare that if someone has a red triangle, they are shunned from society. You're never getting into a group again. Good attempt. Good attempt. I say run it back. I was jump when people broke the cage. It was wipe. That means absolutely fucking nothing to me. Do you reckon people make a lot of money off of selling resilient note keys? Do you reckon I could start making like a profit? I could turn a profit off of this. So I could do this all day. I mean, it's kind of cringe, but I could. They must do, right? Especially for like 17s and stuff. You have a 1718, they must be asking for what? 50k per try? Get that off of 4 people. You've pulled like what? 200k from one dungeon. Don't even have to time it. It's frowned upon by Blizzard. It's frowned upon by me. I fucking hate it. I think it's actually cringe. Like, people spend the money on what they want, right? But it's just so stupid. Because the issue is it eats into... Because it's always like... You can see it's always higher scoring players that do it as well. And it eats into like a majority of the keys and stuff. And it's So it wouldn't be an issue if you actually time the keys. I think, because like you buy Mythic boosts, right? You buy Heroic boosts, you buy your dungeon bosses, but you're paying for the boss, right? You don't go do your Heroic VIP, wipe on Plexus Sentinel for 2 hours, you're down, and then they don't pay you back. You're not, a lot of the time it's paying for the try of the dungeon. So you're not, that's kind of the thing I don't like about it. But then you can argue, well, then just don't do it. And that's fair. That's a solid argument as well. You know? Why does this bother you? Just don't do it. That's perfectly fair. And I've heard it's not really on NA. It's an EU thing. But like, I swear, you look at the keys and it's always people that are like 3,600, 3,600 plus score, which means that they've done majority of 18s. So they've straight up just depleted their key, or they're not trying to time it for a profit. And it probably makes a lot of money. And they get better at this game, then I can make profit. $150k of time, that's crazy. The difference as well, right, is that in one of those you have to play well, right? in your like your done your raid boost or whatever, you can AFK. Usually you don't have to play. So like they're very different things, I guess. Yeah, this guy's called Borbin Time. That's a great name. Why is he wearing pajamas? Oh no, it's a raincoat. That's cool. What's the add-on name to show the casted spells already? The one at the bottom of the screen. Like, if I press leg sweep right now, this one. No, I don't use the details action tracker. I know that is an option through details. I use natural. I just use a Weakor for it because it was before I knew that you had the details one, and then I had it all set up already, and I was like, I'm not doing the details one at this point. The downside is, like, I've only realized it today, is that it's a Weakor, and also isn't details getting removed as well because they want their own timer. So, do we think Blizzard's going to integrate a way for me to show tracking of abilities, or is that just dead next expansion? So I think that's so useful. Like, if I watch someone kill a boss or something, and I don't know what they're pressing, what am I learning from that? What am I, like, what am I getting out of that? Like, have you ever tried to, like, watch a boss video or something, and there's no way of tracking their abilities, and you're just, like, trying to decipher what they're pressing off of their button, like, off of their action bars? It's horrendous. So if they are removing details, which probably are, right? They're making their own Blizzard damage things, and obviously Weakors are gone. Please have a way to show abilities, because it's useful. Like, I don't use it, it's not useful for me. I don't watch my own abilities, right? But from like a viewer standpoint, I think it's pretty important, no? Thing about Midnight Details, they aren't even out yet. We've no idea what they look like. Yeah, no, exactly. So that's why I'm saying I hope they like add some version of that where you can at least track abilities. This guy just asked me if I'm sure about this Holy Priest. Yeah? I don't know. He signed up. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. For all he knows, this Holy Priest is like... They're a prodigy. They're in, like... They're just held back by not being invited to keys. Resi, by the way. Maybe. I refuse to answer if it's a resilient key or not, because I swear to God people play differently if they know it's a resilient key. It might be crazy. but I swear to God, if you tell someone it's a resilient key, their brains switch off. Yeah, we'll just do it again. Get it in the next run. I know this because my brain switches off. Oh, I didn't do a pull timer.
4, 3,
Ah, we don't need it.
Where are we going
1.
today, Grandmaster?
Oh, boy. Well, I put it this way. If I don't need a pull timer, you don't need a pull timer. What are you doing? You popping your cooldowns before we do the run? Get out of here. You pre-potting? No, you're not. It was a little bit troll, though. I should have done a timer. I just forgot. Hit 1, hit 2, dispel the poison, keep running. I'm poisoned myself. Good game. Get that, interrupt. Leg sweep that, because nobody was getting that.
Resonant barrage. Horrifying shriek.
I mean, I probably could have got that. And now, because we pulled the double casters, like, we're just out of CC. Right? I don't get this pull.
Horrifying shriek. Resonant barrage.
This is a walk before you can run sort of pull.
Breath spray. Resonant
Kicks?
barrage.
Yeah, we were out of kicks.
It is not ready.
Only the strong
Ah, this
survive.
priest is flaming. I can paralyze one of the attendants, but the druid asked to go big. And that's me tank. He called go big. I got the screenies, I got the receipts. Alright, there's a depressing now. I'm gonna make a group that actually can down this dungeon. A kite cannot fly unless the wind blows against it, Grandmaster. What's he trying to say with that? He's trying to say no matter what I invite and how we play the dungeon, if I'm fighting against it, I get no... Oh, he's so fucking wise. I love this tiger. Alright, get the druid in. I mean, no. Shadow Priest kind of pumping. Shadow Priest don't have kicks, do they? I'm not getting someone that can't kick. No, wait, they can kick, right? Am I crazy? Get them in, they've got a decent score. They have 1? I'll take 1. We need a lust, eh? Get the mage. Get the mage in then, because it'll benefit. We'll get a lust off of that. Want me to CC the caster? On pull? On? Only priest healer doesn't. Yeah, I knew healing priest didn't have one. I wasn't sure if Shadow did. I've heard that they don't even get one at midnight. Don't you think it's a bit weird that they just don't get a kick? I asked if they wanted CC on the first pack. They didn't respond. Okay. Resto Druid lost theirs. Oh, really? They lost a kick. What's Resto Druid's kick? Is it beam, or is that just balance? So I know balance have solar beam. I don't actually know what Resto Druid's kick is. Oh, Skull. Oh, it's right. It's just standard Skull Bash. Why are they removing kicks from healers? I mean, from what I understand, they're really, like, simplifying healer. Aren't they, like, removing a ton of, like, their big cooldowns and stuff? Shaman Dominance? I heard Shamans were, like, in the worst of it. From watching that Liquid Max video, aren't, like, Resto Shamans, like, actually in despair about their changes? Don't they feel like they've had the worst changes of any spec? Aren't they, like, absolutely, like, losing their minds? What amount of verse and crit should I aim for? Because guides say haste, mastery, abyss. If I compare myself to top players, I'm missing crit and verse. So, haste and mastery are abyss. And they should be what you go for generally, like, initially. Because they are just the best stats for Windwalker in general. But that doesn't, like, when someone says, like, these two secondaries are your best, it doesn't mean the other two suck, right? It just means that once you have enough of the initial two secondaries, then you start going into the other two. Right? And because we're so flooded with secondary stats this season because of Item level and all that jazz, you can easily achieve enough haste and enough mastery to then have enough for the simulations to say you need crit and verse, right? So it's why you're seeing a lot of players have high verse, high crit, on top of their high mastery and high haste. Unfortunately, there's no actual, like, number. There's no numbers. Like, I can't be like, you need 23% of this and 14% of this and 84% of... There's no, like, flat numbers for it. It is genuinely just a sim thing. Like, what do the sims say is your best gear at this point, and that is your best gear. Well, but, like, generally speaking, it does come down to haste and mastery tending to be your higher of the two. Verse seems to then be third, and then crit usually is below that. But crit and verse are kind of interchangeable. The reason verse is a little bit better, in my opinion, is because it gives you more survivability. And survivability is important. Whereas, like, they both essentially give you the same thing, right? They give you more damage, but verse gives you the benefit of more survivability, which is something Windwalker naturally don't have much of. Like, when you're outside of defensive as a Windwalker, you're kind of rucked. And we're not a naturally tanky class. Alright, we're going to do some Forbidden Paralysis tech, because the tank told me it's good.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Do you use Patchwork for Sims or Dungeon Slice? Patchwork for single target, which, generally speaking, there isn't actually that much single target in the game. There's a few single targets, but Patchwork is good for single target. And then Dungeons... Is it called Dungeon Slice? Yeah, Dungeon Slice is usually what you use for AoE fights, Mythic Plus. You don't want to be dabbling in things like Patchwork 3 targets, Patchwork 5 targets, like 2 minutes. You know what I mean? I mean... Alright, we got some Forbidden Paralysis tech off. Wow, this pull's like 5,000 times easier when you don't have 2 attendants. That's kind of cool, right? That's crazy.
Resonant barge.
That's gonna hurt. Ah, I thought the cast was gonna go through.
Resonant barge. I must get close.
I got nothing for Resident Barrage? Even Hunters do quite a lot of damage. We got some pretty good funnel.
I cannot push forward. Power deplete. Let's spend. Let's spend. Power deplete.
Or I think all of those spiders just jumped on the healer and started like absolutely just annihilating him. Ow. Having to cancel a Fist of Fury for a detox. That's a new one. Oh, I want to pop Zuin so badly now. So we're going to be eating into the Nether Prism stacks.
Resonant barrage. I cannot push forward. Let's spend. Poisonous cloud. Resonant barrage.
Does this hit me? Did I just double spinning crane kick? Think it. No, I'm safe here. There's not. If another poison cloud comes down, I'm in danger. But right now, it's all right. All right, that's fine. We got a massive lightning. We got 18. Well, pretty much 18 stack Nether Prism. Let's listen to some Daft Punk. Oh, we're flying Serpent Kick back. I just remembered. Alright, I want to be careful here. Oh, I've got to send the lightning out now, really. I can't be holding it for crazy times. That kind of sucked because we weren't with the boss under the ads. Like, if we started on the boss by the eggs, that would mean a bit better, but is what it is. So now we're gonna have to hold our lightning stack. Probably would have sent a bit earlier. We'll send the Storm Open Fire out. We are close now, so this will be much better. Holy Demon Hunter, dude. He's stealing my pad. Where are the next eggs? Oh, they're here.
Alerting shrill.
I haven't played since Dragonflight. How's Windwalker doing right now compared to other DPS? If we're being real, probably like just mid. We're definitely not. We're nowhere near the worst, but it's not as OP as it was. In Season 2, it was really good. Like, really kind of OP. Not in Mythic Plus, though. In Mythic Plus, we've kind of just generally been mid. Oh. Cheeky DC. Don't worry about it. But, like, generally, I think we're just, like, middle of the pack, honestly. Like, I like to hype up and say that, like, we're amazing. Fun-wise, it's better. I mean, yeah. Well, it depends. So I didn't actually mind Dragonflight playstyle. I think they've done really well with the talent trees this year, this expansion, to be fair on it. Like, they definitely missed the mark at some points with Dragonflight, but I don't think it was, like, atrocious. But they've definitely... I'd say Windwalker's in its best shape in a while. But in terms of, like, actual content and general play, we're just middle of the pack. Which kind of sucks when you're a 1 DPS spec, right? But with that being said, though, we have had our time to shine this season. Like, it's not been, like, a completely, like, horrendous, or expansion even. Like, as some expansions, your spec can go under, like, the radar for the entire thing. In Season 2, we were really good in the raid. Like, really good in the raid. So much so that Race to World First were taking, like, 3 Windwalkers at a time. So, overall, I would say it's not been a bad expansion. Season 1 was probably the lowest point. I feel like Season 1 Windwalker felt really weak in both the raid and M+. Like, right now, I think we're fine in the raid, and we're okay, we're, like, mid at M+. But Season 2, we were, like, so good in the raid. We fell off pretty hard, though, to be fair. Definitely fell off. I don't know if that's a scaling thing, though. Because I think we only received 1 nerf the entirety of Season 2, and that was just 4%er, right? Like, 4%'s not enough to kill your spec if you're top of the pack. Probably comes down to Crackling Jade Lightning. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, it's kind of similar to this raid, where a lot of our power comes from Crackling Jade Lightning, but when ad packs start dying way faster because everyone's got gear and stuff, suddenly your Crackling Jade Lightning don't hit as hard. There's less targets to hit it on. You don't get as much AoE. I feel like I'm in a very tight spot right now. That was an okay pack, but that felt very dangerous. This tier saved Shadowpan for me? Oh no, I agree. I think Shadowpan's in a better spot than it was. Like, I didn't mind Shadowpan too much in Season 2, but it was a little bit like... It was very basic. There was just no oomph to it, right? Like, it did decent, consistent damage, but it never felt like you were doing damage. It was really weird. Like, like Conduit, you felt like you were doing damage, right? Even if then your damage fell off. Oh, no! We got Revolting Volleyed. Like, I think Conduit's damage profile always feels stronger though, but I think it's a little bit misleading. So your damage goes up like really quickly and then drops. I mean, you can do that pull, but please don't leave the casters behind to cast. That's crazy, no? Guys, please, I cannot be the only person on this. Ooh. The things I do.
Revolting volley. Revolting volley.
Can I tell you what our damage profile is, essentially, is the question. In Raid, our damage profile is unironically bad. Is there a better way to phrase it so it doesn't sound so bad? I don't know if there is. The only way I can make it sound better is that the targets you are padding on have to die. Does that make things better? It's like, realistically, our single target's not great in the raid. So pretty much, essentially, most of our damage comes from fights where there are lots of targets up, so you get Crackling Jade Lightning. So you're not really doing that much damage to the boss. Most of your damage is actually coming to the targets that are around the boss that spawn. It's why Windwalker's so good at Soulbind and his injury. It fits that damage profile. We've got some pretty good burst damage with Conduit and Shadowpan as well, but there's just classes that do it better. I would never call this a pro target spec, I'll be honest. Like, I think Shadowpan's got a bit of prio target, and maybe Conduit as well, but, like, when you compare it to a real funnel prio target spec, like Demon Hunter, right, or Mage, like, we're not that. I'd say Windwalker always just excels at being, or at least this season, maybe not always, excels at being good at both single target and AoE. And that's probably the niche of it, is that so a lot of specs have to give up quite a lot to go full AoE, or give up quite a lot, like very set builds to go AoE or single target, and then they play out differently. Whereas Windwalker, with the changes to like things like Spinning Crane Kick, how Crackling Jade Lightning works and the playstyle of that, a lot of the time, actually, our single target and AoE builds are very similar, if not almost identical. That's also another reason why you do pretty well in the raid, right? You're not building to go pad. Like, you even actively thought to yourself, I'm building to go pad on this fight. No, that's just the natural Windwalker build. So, we don't do great AoE, and okay, player dead. That's not good. We don't do great AoE, we don't do great single target, but we do decent at both. So that's probably the niche I think we're in. But then the issue with that, alright, the big issue with being decent at both, yeah, is that no one wants to invite someone decent at AoE. No one wants to play Mythic Plus with someone that's decent in M+, right? Oh, what, you're decent at killing the packs? Well, I want someone that's great at killing the packs. And then in Rage, you have the issue of, oh, well, I don't want someone that's decent at doing single target damage and boss damage. I want someone that's great at, you know what I mean? So, I think it's kind of in a weird one. I mean, that's my take anyway on how Windwalker plays. I personally am a big fan of being decent at both, but I can see the issue with it. Buddy, the healer can't... We are not wiping here again, are we? Because the healer can't dodge. Really? I mean, we just wipe. The tank did not bring the boss over to the web either. That's kind of cringe. That's criminal. Just lucky me and the Demon Hunter stayed behind there. Me and the Demon Hunter didn't stay behind there. That web mage is still alive. We're in big trouble. I mean, we're in big trouble now. This web mage is alive. I'm going to have to send Storm Earth and Fire here. Just in the hopes of getting it down. Oh. Please come in, you stupid web mage. Please. Okay, I think we're fine again. Things got very dicey there, though. I need to pop the fuse. Maybe I need to Tiger's Lust this healer so they can move faster, but I've never seen a druid have an issue with this. Priests I understand. Priests I probably should Tiger's Lust on this boss. Oh, you're a mage. You fucking get out of that no matter what, right? You just blink. I don't think boss has low enough health to, say, just funnel it. Please, no, I'm on an 18 stack nether prism. Please, God, no. The actual dread in my eyes. If you could have seen my eyes then. The panic, the sheer panic looking at this 18 stacker. I got rooted inside of it. Oh my god. I think that would have broke me. Time is till fine. Oh no, till fin. Time is till fin. Okay. Whatever the fuck that means. Oh, buddy, this is a big pool. Ring of Peace. Maybe the tank needs it. He's getting bad right now, and I'm pretty sure these things put a dot on you. Maybe that helped? I don't know. Shit, at least I tried. I've run a little bit out of steam on this pool now. Yeah, time is still... Actually, time's great. Ish. I've seen worse. I've seen way worse. Time's fine. We're going for another doubler. I have got cooldowns in a sec. Be very careful here. I actually waited there because I was pretty sure they were going to run over one of the blood spawns, and they did. That was actually a good ring of peace. I used my brain. I send Storm Earth and Fire out here, 100%. Oh, leg sweep. Let the tank maybe grab aggro whilst the thing's leg swept. Where the fuck did that one come from? Alright, we should be good. I think the tank's got this under control now. We will get one more lightning out here. Make it a good one. Alright, we're going into this boss. Pretty big damage, actually. 18 stacker, Zuin, Stormer. Try not to steal aggro. Try not to kill ourselves. Now we just kind of chill. I'll probably detox this one. Yeah, I'm just going to get the fuck out and detox. And be careful going back in. Well, we got another set of poisons, so detox. Where are we going? And then we'll send coolies out after that. I'll detox the tank. Oh! And then we'll send coolies out in 10. I'll get out, detox myself, go back in, send coolies. Oh my god, I didn't see that one. I actually did not see that. That would have been bad. Pretty sure that would have been a one shot actually. I'll just get out, detox. Stand behind the tank. Oh! Wait a second. Oh, I see. Yeah, I get why that. That was a little bad. Satisfying crackling jade lightning though. That hit everything. So we'll get another singularity, and then we'll send out a big nether prism of detox. Oh, I got freed. Oh, care for the demon hunter. He's fucking jumping around like a crackhead. Alright, Fist of Fury into nether prism. Coolies. We should probably kill it before the next singularity. I take that back. We are not killing it before the next singularity. I'll kill it now. Alright, well, so we're at least out of 16 jail. That's kind of nice. Only spent 2 hours in there. 3 hours. Oh, I got a score! Take it all back. Worthwhile. Worth my time. Good run. I hope that everything will be more refined and certain classes will be fixed. Many classes got pruned way too much in alpha and the build and the add-ons suck at the moment. I think in general, they're trying to prune a lot of stuff. They're trying to pull it back. I think with the fact they're removing add-ons and weak auras and stuff, everything's kind of getting trimmed. So I guess there'll be a lot of having to like learn how to do the fights without add-ons and weak auras and stuff. So they're trying to maybe refine back the playstyle of a lot of classes as well. Because if you're then stuck with pretty difficult to play classes without what you have like weak aura and add-on wise to track certain abilities and stuff like that, Not even like play the game for you, right? Like I think being able to track things is really important. I think it's weird that you're not gonna be able, like you will be able to with the inbuilt stuff, but there's certain things you won't be able to track, right? Like, can you imagine they release a trinket next tier called Treacherous Transmitter? Yeah, they release this cool new trinket called Treacherous Transmitter, and it gives you a random thing you have to do, and you get a buff, but you have to do this assignment. And suddenly you don't have a weak aura that tells you which one of the three things it is to do, and you're in a raid, and you're fighting a boss with 20 people on top of you all casting. You don't know what just spawned and what the mechanic you have to do. You don't get your massive agility buff. GG. Like, the amount of times like having just an audio cue is really useful. Like maybe like the fact that you had that line part of the weak aura, okay, that's a little bit overkill, right? It shouldn't point you to the direction of what you have to do. But just the audio when you press the trinket that says jump 3 times, so you know, like that's all gone. And it's things like that. I just don't think they're like, I don't think they're that egregious, honestly. Because like fights are messy, right? You're trying to track 100 things during a fight, during an encounter. Like audio, I think is so important. I don't want them to cut back on audio features. Like a lot of audio things are quite useful. Like GTFO is another big one. I really hope there's some implementation of GTFO, right? Because I can't always be 100% certain what I'm stood in, right? Like you can make the argument of yes, you should know if you're in fire, but not everything's fire. You know, sometimes you're stood on like you're doing a trash pull and there's loader bots spinning, and it's really hard to tell how many like where the loader bots are at a certain time because you're trying to track interrupts. Just having a noise that honks at you to let you know, hey buddy, you're taking some AoE damage. Move now. Like, can they implement that into the game? Because that's a really good feature. You know, like I got ears. Can I use them? I don't know. Like, sure, your weak aura is for Fractilis that are telling you how to play the exact fight and what marker you need to go on to kill this boss. Sure, get rid of them. That's fine. That is stupid. But there are simpler things that I don't think need to be removed, or at least implemented into the game, right, as an option. I think that's fair. I don't know. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they do. I'm more optimistic for how Windwalker is going to be in next season than I am for how they tackle this. But hey, maybe they'll do it. Maybe they'll do it like really well. That'll be hype, right? I guess. Just unlucky to all of the community creators that have all just lost their work, I guess. Like, I think that's the most fucked up thing as well, right? Like, you got all these people that have been working for years for the community and stuff, like making add-ons, making weak auras, and all this jazz. They don't have to do it. And now it's just like, you're not needed anymore. I think that's fucked up. Like, because there was always that suggestion of, why don't Blizzard work with them? Maybe they are working with them behind the scenes. Maybe. That'd be cool. Because, like, who better to help Blizzard design their in-game details than, you know, the people that make fucking details, right? Maybe they are. I just feel like they're not. I'm willing to be proved wrong. They already announced a lot of the stuff you just said is implemented into the game. Oh, that's a great thing then, Bams. Like, if like even just half of what I just said is implemented, that's great. That's what I'd love. And then I'd be chill. Like genuinely, mostly all I care about is UI, right? I think most people are pretty fond of their UIs and stuff, so being able to have like a lot of customization for UI and stuff is pretty important. And I think audio more than anything, just audio cues for things are just important as well. I'll tell you what I'm not doing during a raid fight. I'm not listening to the in-game music. I'm not sat there listening to Answer X voice lines as she wipes me for the 300th time. I'm listening to, you know, their timeline reminders that they're going to implement in. I'm listening to sounds that I've set up for certain things. Can you show your details breakdown? Yeah, I can do that. This was a very heavy Flurry Strike carry dungeon. Fist of Fury not doing that much, to be honest. Probably should have... in general, I think this is quite a low damage dungeon. I can't put my finger on it, but I always feel like in this dungeon I don't really do that much. And it's weird. I think it's because a lot of the trash pulls actually are kind of fake trash pulls. If that makes sense. Like a lot of the hulking dude ones, you end up doing tons less damage as a result of it. But Flurry Strike's hard carry. Crackling Jade Lightning's okay. Cape, lol. just cape damage, sure. Nether Prism not actually doing that much damage either. It's alright. A lot of text-to-speech things that WeakAura did, because there are people who play with disabilities too that would reduce too many able to play if they get rid of. Yeah, no, exactly. I remember, I forget what it was that they were removing, but the that Death Guild, they wrote a comment on a Reddit post, and I read it, and they were basically saying like, how are we meant to do this certain thing without this particular thing? And it was like, that's fucking true. Like, unless you implement something yourself that makes it work. I forget what it was exactly referencing. I think it was probably to do with visual WeakAuras, right? Obviously, because Death Guild, right? But then they were removing that sort of thing, and then it's like, well, how are they going to be able to do it? I don't know. I feel like it all just feels very sudden, right? Because it was always like, we're going to implement this over a period of time was the initial thing, and then fucking out of nowhere, oh, by the way, we're implementing all of this on the launch of Midnight, which is half a year away. I don't know. I just don't want it to be a rush job, because I think that'll put people off. Some people will love it. Some people fucking hate WeakAuras. Some people hate add-ons, right? Like, some people are die hard, put them in the bin. But even like, I'm not even like talking like the extreme, like, I need WeakAuras for my dungeon mechanics and stuff. I think there's a lot of people that just use add-ons and WeakAuras straight up for their UI. Essential, basic UI stuff, you know? Like, they don't even, like, care, like, just, you know, collections, stuff like that. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of add-ons and features like that. Like, how many of those... Like, WeakAuras especially, right? Because WeakAuras are the ones that will actually... Like, add-ons will still stay in the game, as long as they're not combat-driven. But WeakAuras are kind of gone, because WeakAuras aren't going to continue working on their WeakAuras, right? Like, because they just don't see the value in putting in the work, because they can't actually access the information they need through the game code or whatever, something along those lines. And there's a lot of WeakAuras that aren't actually to help you play better in Raid or play better in M+, you know? There's a lot of, like, goofy WeakAuras, fun WeakAuras, stuff like that. Like, so that just feels bad, because these guys have, like, worked on WeakAuras for years, created this entire thing that the community love, and it's just like a get fucked. I don't know. I don't want to yap on it too long. Do I run Tiger Palm talent modifiers and if so, why over Blackout Kick ones? Because Tiger Palm still only like 20% of damage with them. I think the only Tiger Palm modifier I run is Martial Mixture, and it's genuinely just to get down here. Because you don't need Energy Burst realistically in M+. You don't need Energy Burst in single target, to be honest, because Shadowpan tends to have decent like resource management. Like, most of the time you have too much chi, most of the time you have too much energy, depending on Storm, Earth, and Fire or not. So Martial Mix is really the only modifier for Tiger Palm. There's no point taking Touch of the Tiger in AoE. The only time you really take Touch of the Tiger is like genuinely like pure single target fights. So if we go to like Lumathar, Shadowpan, right, I run the same talent build for Plexus Sentinel, I run the same talent build for Fractilis, pretty much. Well, maybe one or two talents slightly different. But that's when Tiger Palm gains a little bit more value. So it's actually worth taking, right? Because Jade Ignition loses a fair bit of value with less targets. Because you're not hitting as many with like Fist of Fury, for instance. So it just sims out better that it's actually more value to get a tiny bit more Tiger Palm damage. And we're not talking lots, right? Some of these talents like give you very minimal actual damage increases and stuff. Like Touch of the Tiger is one of them. But when you compare it to a talent where you're not gaining as many stacks, so you're not expunging as much damage, it kind of just comes off stronger. But generally speaking, the only locked-in one is Martial Mixture for Shadow Perm. Because it's how you get down to Crackling Jade Lightning. You run Crackling Jade Lightning for all content. Outside of that, I think they're the only actual 2 Tiger Palm modifiers, right? Memory of the Monastery? Yeah, Memory of the Monastery is the only other one, right? But you don't run that because it's not that good of a talent. It's just kind of bad. They are kind of changing this for Midnight. They're slightly tweaking it. I don't know if it'll make it good, but there was a point in the PTR where it was thought that this might actually be a taken talent, but it kind of comes back again to how often do you actually use the Blackout Kick effect, right? And you do use it a fair bit, but actually we're so resource heavy that, especially during like Storm, Earth, and Fire, right, you're not focusing on Blackout Kick effects, you're focusing on Tiger Palm. So it just doesn't have much value. So yeah, it's only really in single target that you run Touch of the Tiger. There are some niche situations, like technically you can run it on like Dimensius. Because Dimensius, although there's AoE in the fight, the main damage is actually what you want the damage to be on, is the boss, right? Like Dimensius himself and P3 essentially, but P1 as well. So then something like Touch of the Tiger is just a slight, tiny, like minute value over Jade Ignition in like P3. Are they just trying to branch out into consoles as well? And why they're doing it? I mean, that's like been a theory for a while now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to console, but I still think it'd be a hard game to play on console, right? Like I reckon you can casually play WoW on console. Like, let's say you're like mount grinding or you're collecting stuff, then I think that's probably chill. But would it be hard to like can you imagine healing a raid on a controller? That sounds really hard. But I guess it's probably more aimed to like just casual mount farming stuff. Because I tell you right now, if I was a mount collector that was just running ICCs 10 times a day or 10 times a week, right, running my raids and stuff, would I rather do that on my computer or lying on my couch? I tell you right now, I'd rather do that lying on my couch. So I get it. I can definitely see the appeal. Why for console? There are some people doing stuff on controller already. Yeah, true. I think I read a post about like a hunter that was like farming high keys with a controller, and he was like actually pumping. Crazy. Hunter Lamail. Hunter 3-button spec. No, I joke. What's the time? It's 5. What'd I get? What kid I get? I've done Ectoderm Eldani this week. You know what? I'll run 1 Ectoderm Eldani, see if we can get 18 for next week. Win or lose, I'll do this key. Sorry, no, win or lose, I'll finish the stream after this key. So let's just do a cheeky Ectoderm. I kind of like this dungeon. I think it's one of the easier ones to get done. Like I said it yesterday, but things like Gambit and Streets are actually relatively chill dungeons. Halls is mid. I'd say Dawnbreaker is also mid, but actually I think Dawnbreaker is kind of jokey as well. It's just no one seems to ever have this key. I'd say Arakara is actually kind of hard. Deceptively harder than you might think. And Ectoderm I think is really chill as well. And then Priory and Floodgate are in their own little level of Jesus Christ. What is this? I feel like Arakara is one of the hardest ones this season. Yeah, I think it's deceptively hard. I think the fact that it only has 3 bosses and stuff, and its time is actually relatively generous, kind of gives it more of like a feeling of a more chill dungeon. But I think as it scales up in Keystone level, you get one shot like all the time. Like the Hulking Berserker, what they're called, the big beetles. That AoE damage scales so disgustingly. Where if you have too many of those go out, it's just over. Your healer cannot even cope with it. Like, I feel like I popped defensives during that and they, like, barely saved my life. It's actually deceptively hard. generally, I think the bosses are kind of chill. I think it's just the trash, right? I think it just gets out of control. But I think it's easier in the fact that there's actually less to do in the dungeon compared to like a Floodgate where you've actually got 4 pretty fucking tough bosses. And then all the trash on top of that is actually really hard as well. You know, Araka's, I think the bosses are actually kind of free, but the trash is hard. And Priory, I'll be honest, I think Priory bosses are kind of free, but the trash is hard. But I think the bosses are harder because it's almost like you need a certain comp to get through them, to make them easy. If you don't have the right comp, then the bosses are actually a little bit tricky and punishing. But all the other dungeons, I think they're chill. Dawnbreaker's whatever, dude. You just fly around, kill a bug. What we got then? I'll probably go pretty boring, obvious comp for this one. In fact, I'm going to delist it. Sorry to everybody that signed up. I know what am I like, and just change it to 300-400 because it makes my life easier. Watching the teams for MDI practice 20 to 21 arrow was insane. I mean, when we're talking about like keystones that level, right? I mean, that's just a completely different game. I'm excited for the MDI. I didn't realize it was so long away though. For some reason in my mind, I thought it was like this week or next week, but it's not for like, it's not for a while. So it's always crazy watching them like pull out these just insane dungeon strats. Who's hyped to see a Windwalker in the MDI? Did you know there was a Windwalker in the MDI last season? It played for 40 seconds of a key. It was played by the group Physical God Comp. And they played it for 40-ish seconds. They wiped on the first pack and then they switched comp. Pretty funny. Oh, God. I wonder if there'll be any comp variants. I think it'll be more physical, that's for sure. I didn't watch any of the time trial, so I actually don't know what people are playing at the moment. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's more on the physical side. I actually think, like, I haven't watched anything, but if I had to guess what you'd take for funnel, I'd actually say Demon Hunter, right? Demon Hunter's quite good, no? I don't know. What do I want from this? A hunter. Give me a hunter. Try the Frost DK. There's still a split between Pala and Warriors tank. That makes sense. I think Paladin's probably the better tank, right? Not in my dungeons. If I run with a Paladin tank, it's over. But actual, like, high keys, Paladin tank's really good. I guess you take the Warrior if you want to go for more of the physical damage, right? Or that's what you're trying to go for. You want the damage to be buffed through that. I don't know, like, Warrior DPS is good, right? But I don't know, is it competitive good? Did they run any of them? Were any Furies taken? I'll take a Retribution Paladin, because I think they low-key good. Let him cook. DK, BM, Ellie on time trials. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Hunter's fucking disgusting. I don't even know why I didn't even think about Hunter. I was playing with some yesterday. I mean, I already said, but they are just... It feels like, for me to do, like, a really high damage pull in Shadow Pan, I kind of need a bunch of setup, right? I kind of want to have a stacked Nether Prism. I want my 20 stat Crackling Jade Lightning ready to go. cooldowns, obviously. Fucking, I swear, Hunter walks into every single pack and they just start blasting, dude. It's just, I feel like they don't need, they just kill everything. It's crazy. And they were nerfed. DK is just good, though. DK is good just because of its utility and its damage, right? Like, it's just a complete package. Utility, damage, and survivability. I mean, it's just like, it's everything you want. Everything you want in a DPS player. DK still wanting a raid buff on top of all of that. Oh, haven't Hunters had their... speaking of raid buffs, Hunters had a change, didn't they? It's no longer... They changed Hunter's Mark, right? It's no longer, like... It's no longer the first 10% of the health that you deal more damage, isn't it? Like, throughout the entire boss now, it's a something. Mandatory for raid? Good. Wait, no, not good, actually. That's my raid spot. Hold up. Hold up. Three DPS looking for a tank and healer for a key. Yeah. It be like that sometimes. It's interesting that they fully dropped the prio damage. Because that was, like, so important last season, right? Like, if, like... Because now you've told me the comp, in my mind, I would have 100% thought that you'd take at least a mage or a demon hunter. Maybe it's just not as valued in these dungeons. It was so important last season. Like, I remember, like, no team in the MDI went without a mage, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, well, except physical comp, obviously, but, like the actual, like, other comps and stuff, they were always running mage. Arcane mage, everything. It was crazy. Flat out AoE. Getting prepped for midnight. Flat AoE damage with flat AoE healing. I love it. I can't wait to pop my Fortifying Brew in midnight, and then my Karma, and then realize that I'm fucked. Oh, it's gonna be so good. It's like Swamp Face is always my like best example of this, right? Swamp Face's AoE phase does magic damage, and it hits like a absolute truck. And I've always loved that Windwalker has all 1 minute 30 cooldowns because you can rotate them for every single set. Pretty much. I think there's like maybe one set where it's slightly delayed, but more or less. So you could go Diffuse the first one, Fort the next one, Karma the next one, and all three kind of achieve the same purpose. Now, I pop my Fort Brew, I pop my Karma, I am fucked for the next one. But that's alright, there's not going to be damage like that, right? Healers are going to save me. I'd say I feel the worst for healers, because healers have very specific UIs, right? Like, they all use, well, not all of them, but loads of them like use like Cell and all these other things for unit frames and stuff. I really hope Blizzard's new UI is good enough for healers, because my god. Oh, I mean, he's got a Keystone Deserter next to his name, but I kind of like that. I think it's kind of edgy, you know? Like, he's not too bothered if he leaves the key. He don't give a fuck. Kind of like a bit of a rebel. Kind of like that. Get him in. You don't play by the rules. He'll leave your dungeon without even asking to abandon. Oh, it's kind of cool. We need a loss, though. The Shaman's done no 17s. And that's why I'm going to give him a shot. I watched Moneyball last night. And I'm now creating a team. Wait, hold up. This guy might be better. Shit, you know, yeah, I watched Moneyball last night. Sometimes you don't create a team from the best players. You take teams of players that have particular skills at certain things. That kind of makes sense? Trust me, I've run the numbers on all of these players. Believe it or not, this Paladin's really good at kicking. His damage is subpar. But that's where I come in. My damage is good, but my kicking sucks. And this DK balances it all out. Oh my god. We've moneyballed it. Let's go. Rory's gonna leave party after pool timer. That's alright, that's why we dropped him. Don't worry, he didn't decline, I dropped him. After what I've seen, I decided to not invite a prop palette to my keys anymore. Never regretted it so far.
I need someone competent to sort it out for them.
If we... You can't say that, they'll shut down the server again. Gonna shut down the Discord. Oh, that was so funny when they did that. Shut down the community Discord because they wanted a buff. Holy shit. That's when you know. That's when you know things are so bad.
Crossing the river before you tell the crocolisk he has bad breath.
Do you think flat damage profile isn't as bad? It's not fun, but do you think it has a place? I mean, I think it has a place. There's a bunch of specs that do have flat damage profiles. I think Outlaw is the most common one, right, when referred to a flat damage profile. I think flat damage profiles are good, though. I think the issue at the moment with flat damage profiles is there's a lot of amps in the raid, if we're talking like raid specifically, and that's probably where they're a little bit weaker. Like, but I don't think going into next tier they're going to have as many amps. I think they went over the top this season. Like, it's actually crazy how many bosses have, like, increased damage phases. It is kind of a bit ludicrous. Because it means that you end up making comps that benefit from this amp, right? But, like, generally speaking, flat damage is always pretty good, right? I just don't know about flat healing profiles. That's a little bit weird to me.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh, this is such a good dungeon. No root scent, no communication. Oh, I love it.
Four, three, two,
She brought down our defenses, and her
Get her
wasteland
done.
are destroying the domes.
Oh no, I passed the vibe check. I literally thought I failed it there.
With our defenses down,
If you don't hop over that wall in one, like, what are you doing?
people stand no chance.
Holy shit, we're going so big. I can't see anything. I'm in the tree. Woo! I am not targeting anything right now. Don't tell my group. Who the fuck put this tree here? That's actually crazy. I don't think I've ever pulled this pack up this far. I didn't even know there was a tree there. The targeting was on me. That was just poor play. But the tree, I'm not taking any issue for that. That was not on me. So I did about half the damage I should have done. That's alright, though.
The devourers seem to be coming from the ambush. Stop them at the source, so we can return our attention to Sword Tribe.
I will send coolies out here. This is going to take a bit of time. That's not going to hurt, eh? Oh, that's really going to hurt because I have no defensive for this one. Good luck. Ow. I told you, dude. I don't think I've done a single kick this dungeon. That's what I said, right? The paladin, he's doing the kicks. He's also doing the damage, though, which was not part of the plan. But that's even better. That's better than what I expected, right? Alright, we're going to do some dirty padding on this one. We got a 20 stack lightning that we're not going to send. I've never pulled a destroyer into this boss before. That's kind of new. And we are going to also send a storm earth and fire here.
Bloodness my heart. Toxic regurgitation.
Oh, we got the double trouble. Ow. And then we are going to send cooldowns when the next streak comes out. You gotta understand, right? The ads have to die. You can't let these ads jump around hitting everybody. I'm a team player, right? Team players make sure the mites die. See? Look, now everybody's safe. Does it improve my damage overall? Yeah, of course it does. Oh, that's some bad positioning. I think they're dead. I'm going to put a Transcendence down for this one. Where'd they go? Oh my god, they disappeared. We're going to take the hit from this, actually. Then I'm going to defuse. Ow. That didn't work how I wanted it to work in terms of cooldowns. So now I'm on 18 stacks. I mean, that's fine. That was inevitable for another 15 seconds. But I'm trying to reduce the time of my Storm Weapon fire as much as possible. I'll probably have to pop during the intermission, which is kind of cringe. Yeah, I probably should have not sent that extra Storm Earth and Fire. Oh! I mean, I'm going to chalk that one down to please stop putting the fucking puddles next to the boss. Thoughts? Well, don't you fucking dare. Okay, right next to the boss. Sure. I mean, I could have hit the mics a bit more, but I didn't want to stand in the puddle. That thing hurts. We kill it before next intermission. Where the fuck am I going? I have no idea where I was going with that one. I'm not going to send anything here. It's pointless. See, look, I don't send anything and they're just alive forever. Okay, we're racing against timing this. I thought he got eaten. Did he get eaten? No, because if he got eaten, the boss would have gained 5% health, and that would have been a wipe. Right? Because it gains health if it eats people, I think. That would have been awful. that would have genuinely been a wipe because we wouldn't have been ready for the ads. Alright, let the tank grab aggro, you know? It's not a race. Yeah, sure, the Sentinel's still on 1,000,000 health. That's fine. Yeah, the Sentinel's still 1,000,000 HP. Oh, it's all good. Ooh. I think I'm being played by this DK. We will have cooldowns for the next pack, 'cause that one took so long, so that's at least good. And it's a 20 stacker, 18 stack, another prism. It should be more or less. Do the skip. Do not hit mobs. Wait for Sentinel to arrive. Hit Sentinel. Take tons of damage from who the fuck knows what. Well, that's all my damage. Hope someone else has got some damage in the bag, because I am out. The DK is competing with the tank. That's okay, that's okay, that's fine. He's ramping, he's ramping. Oh. Whoop. Oh, lightning in the puddle. Not good. Oh, the puddle is fake because he died. I probably would have died from reading that. I have done this on a 17 before, so we can see the time. I'm about 2 minutes behind. And I'm telling you right now, that dungeon that we did time was not over by 2 minutes. It was it was a lot tighter than that. I think we fucked up at the end though, so there is room for recovery. Okay, player got one shot. Please, sir, one dispel. Or not. That also works. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. We're in a little bit of a diabolical situation right now. Don't worry about that. I'm not concerned. Oh, that was a bad kick. Leg sweep now. Are you winning, son? Yeah. I need to check. Is this DK's armor broken? Is that toxic? No, wait, it's my key. It can be toxic. My key, my rules. I think he's just having a mare. Alright, 18 stack another prism into a massive pull. I'm about to hit... Oh! I'm about to hit about 40 million DPS. It's going to go crazy if we can get everything grouped up. Oh, we're not pulling into the boss? Oh, he was teasing us. Saving lightning for my second Storm Earth and Fire. Ooh, it's so messy. Oh, I can't survive that. Okay, we tried. Holy moly. Just couldn't survive it. It was just too much, I think. I mean, this graphic's telling me that... I don't know how accurate this is, but it's saying the Shaman interrupted 10 times. I did 7. It's saying the Death Knight did 2 interrupts. That can't be right. Right? That's kind of cool, though. They got, like, overlap counters. I didn't know you had that. So 7 to 2, so I wasted 2 kicks. Thank you, bye-bye. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm not too... It would have been cool to time it, but it's the Tuesday before reset, so... I was just going to see if I could get more score, or an 18. How many kicks did the DK? 2. So Messi or Ronaldo? I feel like I did say something about Messi. Sometimes when I'm in the zone, I don't know what I'm yapping about, so I have no idea how to respond to that question. Did I say it's getting messy or something? That sounds about right. I didn't say it's getting messy like Lionel, did I? Because that's too far. Although that also is something I probably would say. Well, there ain't a lot of stuff to kick until mobs before second boss. True. What's the optimal play with the Unyielded and the other prison trinkets? Let it stack up to 20 or just send it whenever your CVs are up? It depends if you're running it as your only active trinket. If you're running it as your only active trinket, send it with Zuin, right? I mean, realistically, regardless, you always just send it with Zuin. But if it's your only active trinket, it's more likely going to end up being something around the 10 stack mark. Maybe like Ace if you've had like a lot of downtime, maybe a little bit higher if you have to hold it a little bit just for a better pull. But if you're running 2 actives like I currently am, you'll see it stack up quite a lot to 18, and that's because I'm playing it as a 3-minute trinket where I pop a Raz on 1 pull with Zuin, Nether Prism on the next one with Zuin, a Raz, Zuin, a Raz, no wait, a Raz, Nether Prism, a Raz, Nether Prism. The idea is no matter what though, you always send it out with Zuin. Because Zuin is what you always send out Zuin with Storm Earth and Fire, right? Which means that you're amplifying the damage that you do during Storm Earth and Fire. So you want to amplify it as much as possible. That's why you send your active trinket out with it. So you're essentially sending always a trinket, Zuin, and Storm Earth and Fire every 1 minute 30 or 2 minutes, depending on what sort of cooldowns you're doing. But the difference between sending a Zuin out without a trinket and with a trinket is quite a lot. It's why I never really send the Nether Prism out without it, because it just means that I'll end up with 1 Zuin that doesn't have an active trinket, and it just kind of makes it a weak burst window. You want to ignore the stacks, basically. You don't have to ignore them, but they're not... It's not as important as just following the rule of basically send it out with my Zuin. It just makes it a lot simpler. The only time like you probably want to... Well, I was going to say 18 stacks, but even then I hold it because of how I'm trying to play double active, right? So it doesn't really make much of an argument. But yeah, essentially, yeah. I mean, you can obviously track how many stacks it's on, but you're sending it regardless with Zuin. The only time that you maybe wouldn't is if it's something despicably low, like 2 or 3 or something, maybe even 4. And at that point, you might as well hold it for another 10 or 14 stacks or whatever to then make it a massive one. Because those those stacks are just low enough that they will actually not be that impactful. Because like, what would 4 stacks be? 12,000 agility, 13,000 agility. When you're comparing it to almost 60,000 on 18. So yeah, basically you don't really have to track the numbers. It's just send it with my big cooldowns. I really enjoy Echo Dome. I think they did really well with this dungeon. I agree. I like Echo Dome. I like both the dungeons they brought out, right? Which gives me like confidence in Midnight Dungeons. Hey, 0YWW, which is probably Zeroy Windwalker, maybe? Maybe not. Maybe I'm reading into that. But anyway, appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's really kind. Thank you, thank you. What was I saying? I was saying, yeah, I like Echo Dome. I think they did a good job with Echo Dome, but I also think they did a really good job with Floodgate, right? Like, Echo Dome is definitely more linear and more of a structured dungeon, but I think that's okay. And Echo Dome, although there are like set paths now, it's all been worked out and stuff. But you remember like playing Floodgate in like the earlier weeks and stuff, and you'd have a different route every dungeon. Every tank would play it differently. Like I think those are really cool dungeons where you can like kind of choose your own path and stuff. Even at lower keystones, you can still like really choose your own path, but most people go demolition boss first now. But for the longest time, everyone just went Big Mama until it was realized actually you're better off, you know, saving that one for lust. I think they've hit a lot of the added dungeons. In terms of the actual dungeons of this entire expansion, Dawnbreaker I think is a flop. Not because I think it's inherently a bad dungeon, I just think it's too buggy. And that makes it bad. Like, I don't mind the fact that you're going on a ship and stuff, but the fact that the ship can glitch out your character, you fall through the floor, your tank despawns, you get kicked out of the game, your trinkets don't activate properly, you know, your slicing winds doesn't even send you, like, it's a fucking mess. The Rookery I actually don't like, just because I think it's one of those really high examples of Blizzard putting too much into interrupts and CC. The Rookery would be an infinitely better dungeon if they made it so when you interrupt a caster, it doesn't just fucking cast again. Like, it's just, I mean, I'm sure you've all done the Rookery and know how annoying it is when you like pull those packs and they just don't stop casting, and you use a kick, right? Like a kick should 100% stop them casting. They just start charging up another one. I started blasting, they're shooting out like 50 of them. And then it's just, those are truly race against times in terms of CC, and that's not fun. That's not good game design. Because that's just straight up, does our comp have enough CC to kill this? No. Oh, okay then. You know? I like Darkflame Cleft. Stone Vault, fine. Priory is actually a good dungeon. No cap. City of Threads, too much RP. Yeah, actually, no, this is a bad dungeon. Cinderbury's good. Arakara's good. I think they hit a lot well. I think they hit some good dungeons. I like that they tried something new. Yeah, no, sure. I think trying something new is always important. And I think if it worked, it'd been good. But I think there's some inherent issue, apparently, with, like, a model flying around and us being on it. I don't know what it is, but something just breaks there. Because if it worked, it'd be a really fun dungeon. But anytime I go into the Dawnbreak, I'm praying that we don't bug out, otherwise it's a deplete. You shouldn't have to you shouldn't have to hope that your dungeon doesn't bug out so you don't deplete it, right? That's not good. Just off topic, just wanted to say that I love your stream titles. Oh, thank you. What'd I call this one? Probably something depressing, right? Oh yeah, Keystone Jail. It's a life sentence. True and real. It has been. Not much progress, but I think I helped some players get some 16s. So really, I'm doing my part for the community, you know? Sometimes it's a struggle getting keys done. Sometimes it's a struggle doing keys with me. Current iteration Arakara is really good. Last time it was in season, last boss was just a walk. True. Although I'm not a fan of what they've done to the Hulking dude. I think I've said it like literally 10 times this stream already. But I think that AoE damage is just too much. I mean, I get that without it, it's kind of like they're actually kind of pointless. But maybe like a middle ground, it just hits so hard. I don't know if the scaling. Progging Soul Hunters for your video. God damn, I hate this fight. Chaos Incarnate. I did too, 4th. I hated that boss fight, but it's grown on me a lot. I actually like it a ton now. And it mostly comes down to, I hated it because I kept dying, right? Because I'm a melee brain, and my brain only knows how to hit bosses and not leave bosses. But once I started to use my brain cells and put 2 and 2 together that Blade Dance one-shots me and I should move out to the other boss when it dashes, suddenly I stopped dying. Suddenly I kept doing damage. Suddenly I enjoyed the boss fight. It makes the boss fight infinitely easier for like a couple of seconds of downtime, and you only have to interact with like 2 Blade Dances the entire fight because of that. That's like my biggest tip for Soul Hunters, is just get the fuck out of there with Blade Dance, because it gets really messy a lot of the time. So the moment, what's his name, Duskblade dashes, just follow him. And then you don't deal with it, and then the bosses get pulled to you anyway, and then you hitting everything, and then you're happy and smiling because you didn't get one shot again. Yeah, that'll be it for me this day. Fucking hell, this day. I was gonna say this week, but I was thinking resets. Because I'm wild-brained, and a weekend's on a Tuesday for me. Jesus Christ. I won't be about tomorrow. Maybe Thursday? Question mark. Brain check. We'll try to do some more 17s. No dinars next week. The week after, though, I'll probably make a dinar video or something, maybe next week. Because obviously, I imagine a lot of you are like, what do I spend my dinars on? The correct answer is whatever sim's the highest. But that's not always the answer you want. So I'll probably make like a quick yap about the dinar system. Probably not what I did last season where I yapped on it for half an hour. Not necessary. Only needs like 5 minutes. Spend buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this. You're done. GG. So that's probably what I'll do. And I'll probably be about Thursday, maybe, to do more keys and get my character up. So yeah. Thanks for hanging out, tuning in, subbing, following, chilling, watching me suffer. Oh, I love suffering. I never died so much in a fight. I haven't even died to Blade Dance yet. Oh no, then you're in for a treat. My other word of advice is always pop a defensive before Spirit Bomb. It's the overlaps with Spirit Bomb that kill you, and you have enough defensives to always have one before each Spirit Bomb, and then you shouldn't die, and if you are dying, I'd actually say that's a healer issue, not your fault. Spirit Bomb's always the defensive, because it puts the Absorb Shield on, but it hits like a truck as well. If you're dying outside of that, that is probably actually a healer issue, because those are the only defensives you need. Spirit Bomb and during intermissions. Okay, have a lovely evening. Have a great reset day. I hope your vaults are good, but I hope my vault's better. Alright, see ya. Bye.